Mr. Mayor, you are live.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you guys ready? All right. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 5:04 p.m. It's a regular meeting of the governing body for September 28th. And we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Cassett. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Lindell. Invocation followed by remembrances led by Councilor Romero Worth. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would ask that we bow our heads for a short statement, I guess. I want to reiterate and emphasize Councilor Chavez's words to us at our last meeting about kindness, because ever since that meeting, in my social media, in newspapers, in emails, I keep coming across that word, and I think it's significant, and I want to read a short statement from Maya Angelou, and it goes like this. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And I just want us, as we start this meeting where we have quite a bit in front of us, to think about those words and Councilor Chavez's words to us last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there remembrances that folks would like to call tomorrow? Councilor Rivera.
I'd like to take a moment to remember my father. He passed away on October 1st, and just want to remember him tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Others? Let's just take a minute and keep in our hearts and our minds those we've lost, those who are suffering, those who we wish speedy health and recovery to. Thanks, everybody. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Weber?
Present.
Councilor Cassett? Here. Councilor Chavez? Here. Councilor Lee Garcia?
Here.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Present.
Councilor Lindell? Here. Councilor Rivera?
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second to approve the agenda. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Thank you. Are there items to come off of the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have two items that are coming off of consent. One is item J, and the other is item R.
J and R for those who are following at home, and we'll introduce them when the time comes. That said, can we get approval of the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended and a second. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Cassett? Yes. Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
The consent agenda has been approved as amended.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, then that takes us to 8A, if you could bring that forward for us.
Yes, I can. Item 8A is the fiscal year 21 audit update presented by Emily Oster, our Finance Director, and Ricky Bejarano, our Chief Accounting Officer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Our entrance conference is scheduled to be, it will be scheduled by the end of next week with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, CRI, who are the external auditors. We've already started contact with them. They're not scheduled to start until October 3rd, but they'd like to schedule the entrance conference during the first full week of October. So we're very happy about that. That's real progress. They will be, again, to reiterate, they'll be doing both 21 and 22 to the extent possible. Most of our contact thus far has been with CLA, who are our remediation, accounting, and audit preparation firm. And we had a very meeting on the 27th, and they're already interacting with staff, reviewing the work that had already been done for 21 prior to their coming on board, and they're also moving forward with 22. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions about the progress toward getting the audit work moving further? Very good. And Director Oster, would you care to take the microphone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I wanted to give a brief update on the Pinon Ventures report. We are on track to finalize that report in October, as reported at the last meeting by the Deputy City Manager. And we're working with the Finance Committee Chair and plan to present that to Finance in October.
Questions on that? Thank you, both of you. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, I guess then we're moving to the items taken off of consent.
Correct, Mayor. The next item is item J. It's request for approval, the general service contract with the Santa Fe Community College for the Water Conservation Pilot Program in the total amount of $240,000, including NMGRT. It's expiring on June 30th, 2026. And Christine Chavez, our Water Conservation Manager, is available for this item.
Before we do that, I think Councilor Merriworth might want to say a few words. You were the person who I believe took it off of.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I took this off mostly because I think it's something that we should be very proud of, and that I want the community to be aware of. The work that started at the Water Conservation Committee was a pilot program. With this contract, will now become part of what the Water Conservation Office does. And just want to really congratulate the Water Conservation Committee for the work they've done, and congratulate Christine Chavez, the Water Conservation Manager, and give her the opportunity to speak about this work and kind of the trajectory it has taken, and what the impact of this work has meant for the city and will continue to do. So thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome. And we look forward to an overview of not just the contract, but the larger set of work that the contract represents. If you wanted to give us a briefing on that. I'm sorry. Good.
Move to approve this item.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve, and there is a second. So you can now talk us through the presentation you brought for us. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for pulling this item and allowing me to speak about it and give you more information about our program. And I really appreciate the opportunity. There's always so much to say, and I think every slide could have its own 10-minute presentation, but it's an invitation to all of you to ask me any questions or to learn more about our program. I'm willing to sit down with any one of you, but I think it's a great opportunity to share this with you so that you can share it with your constituents. And as you get questions, I hope that this presentation will answer some of those. Oh, okay. So I wanted to...
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Please, for people who aren't familiar with you, your role, your job title, people who may be watching through the web or through television, give us a brief introduction to who you are, what you do, what your title is, and then we'll go to the presentation.
Great, thank you so much. So my name is Christine Chavez, and I manage the city's water conservation program. And I did want to take the opportunity to introduce my staff to you as well. So in the audience, I have Robert Wood, and Robert is our water conservation coordinator. And then we have Ramon Coriz, and he is our Education and Compliance Specialist. And both of these employees came over to the Water Conservation Program in the time of COVID. And I'm really, really fortunate and happy to have both of them be part of my team. They make amazing contributions every day, and so I just want to give a shout out to them and recognize all of their hard work and thank them for being here this evening. I also have Glenn Schiffbauer in the audience today, and he is the Executive Director of the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce, and he is a partner on this program, and so he will also be available to answer questions as well. But I'm just very grateful for the work that he does on behalf of the city and happy that he is here tonight as well. Okay. So all of you have seen this slide before. I think it's worth bringing up again as a great introduction to the work that we do. Jesse Roach, the Water Division Director, always starts off with this slide and talks about how we have had a 33% reduction in total water used while the population increased by 25%. And so this graph really speaks to the conservation efforts here in the city, and I think will be just a good reference to things we're going to talk about next. So we consider the Water Conservation Program to be completely public input driven. And I know this slide is hard to see, and I can send it all to you. But there's several things that we try to incorporate into our 2020-2025 Water Conservation Plan. And for those new members who may not have a copy of that plan, we can certainly get one to you. It is on our website, savewatersantafe.com. We tried to take a completely different approach to this planning effort, and I believe that it has been very successful, and we've received a lot of community buy-in as a result of it. So before we wrote one single word of the plan, we conducted a pretty aggressive public input process. And what was unique about it is that it was developed by the Water Conservation staff and the Water Conservation Committee. And we role-played a lot of different situations and tried to perfect what these public input sessions would be like when we rolled them out to the public. And I think they were very unique and deserve even a presentation on its own, but what I will say is that we collected 2,100 pieces of input, and the way we incorporated that input into the plan is that we ranked the most frequently mentioned pieces of input, and considering that those programs would have the most public buy-in. And then we created a matrix around those, and you can see those in the plan. You can see what people prioritized. But then we also compared the highly prioritized programs against city planning efforts. And so some of the plans that we considered were the sustainability plan, the parks master plan, the stormwater plan, and we tried to see where that alignment was. And so the result was that the programs were not only highly prioritized by the community, but they were also supported by what the city had already planned to do. And so it was a great way to bring about a scorecard, and that would give us a way to not only outline what we're going to be doing from year to year, but to also be transparent with the public against our progress against that scorecard. So a 5-year plan was adopted in 2020 with the 5-year scorecard, and then annual scorecards are developed with public input collected every July and approved by the Water Conservation Committee. And then in July, again, we report our progress against the annual scorecard before. So it's really great. It's what the public wanted us to do. They wanted to stay involved in the process, and they wanted us to also be transparent about our progress. And we're also integrating, across city programs and, what the community really wants to see us do. I wanted to talk a little bit about our current water conservation program. Again, each of these squares probably could be its own 10-minute presentation. I'm hoping if you have any questions, I can answer them for you. But we do have a rebate program that's, pretty broad. We offer rebates on washing machines, dishwashers, toilets, urinals, irrigation equipment, and rainwater harvesting equipment. And I have been seeing things in the paper, and they're like, oh, the city really should incentivize rainwater harvesting equipment, or they really should have rebates on things like washing machines. And so for all of you, we do have that program in place. Annually, the last 2 years, we have budgeted $100,000 to fund that program, and we have exceeded that fund. Last year was the first time that we actually ran out of funding in spring, right when everyone was applying for rebates. And so it's been successful. The marketing around it is pretty aggressive, especially in the spring. And you can see more about that at savewatersantafe.com. We also have a very big public outreach part of our program that includes marketing. And I know all of you hear lots of things about different approaches to marketing. Our platforms are Facebook and Instagram on social media, our website, savewatersantafe.com. We have a weekly radio show on Keswabe, and we write a monthly article in the New Mexican Real Estate Guide. And all of those efforts are coordinated. And so we sort of have a theme, and then we back that theme up using all of the resources that we have available. But this also includes demonstration garden tours. We have around our office a couple demonstration gardens, and I'm really proud of them. They look the best that they have ever looked and are swarming with bees and monarch butterflies. So I hope that you can stop by and visit them at some time. We also do community tours and community talks. And the Next Generation Water Summit, which you might be hearing more about the next couple weeks, is a part of our public marketing efforts as well. We do K through 12 education programming, and we have lots of different things involved here. We have the city's Passport program, which allows kids to participate in many of the outreach efforts from the city. So as part of that tour, kids get a tour to Buckman Direct Diversion. They get in-class presentations from water conservation, our recycling program, environmental services, and then they get a field trip out to the wastewater treatment plant. And that was pre-COVID. Now we're changing the way that looks, and we're attaching it to the Next Generation Water Summit so that we're not only educating local, regional, national participants, but also K through 12 participants and the next generation as well with the YouthWorks partnership I'm going to talk a little bit more about. But there's quite a bit of work involved in our public outreach and our K through 12 education programs. So as I mentioned before, everything that is brought to the water conservation program first goes through public input, then it goes through our water conservation program, it develops into a pilot program, which is the program I'm talking about tonight, and then is formalized as a formal program. And the Water Conservation Committee is such a big part of the work that we do, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about that committee on the next slide. So the Water Conservation Committee is made up of 10 people who live in the city. One of those positions is held from somebody who lives in the county. It is chaired by Councilor Romero Worth, and members on this committee serve 2-year terms, and they can serve up to 3 consecutive terms. And currently, we have 3 vacancies, and so I'm hoping everyone listening to this presentation, if you know someone who would be interested, I hope you'll send them my way. We look for stakeholder groups in a couple different categories: landscaping, water harvesting, building construction, education, land use policies, technical expertise in hydrology and engineering, and water quality. So if you know of anybody with that background, please send them my way. We have extended the deadline to apply until next Friday. But this slide demonstrates some of the work that the Water Conservation Committee does. We usually, depending on the scorecard approval at the beginning of the year, will decide what our focus subcommittees will look like. But currently, we have a committee that works on just the outdoor sector, a committee that works on the commercial sector. We have a joint city-county committee, which is made up of a few Water Conservation Committee members and a few members from the Water Policy Advisory Committee with the county. And then we have small groups that always pull together to either assist me with the scorecard, with another small task, to look at term limits, to look at recruitment. It's a very, very active committee. But they also serve as public input for our program. And so it's another level of public input. Everything that we do is vetted by the public, in essence, and these programs develop from this committee. So it's extended staff and expertise for me, and such a big part of what we do, and so I'm really, really grateful for the work that they do. So the pilot program process that I've described is the Water Conservation Committee approves our scorecard at the beginning of every year. Subcommittees are formed and pilot programs are developed, and in a specified period of time, we collect data and we formalize the program with budget allocation if necessary. So this is a pilot program that has been in progress for almost 4 years. We're coming to now with a formal contract to bring the budget allocation that this program needs to become a permanent part of our program. Other pilot projects that we have going right now is a stop leak program that Robert Wood is heading. And some of you I've discussed this effort with. It's an effort to just notify customers of a leak, to stop the water from being wasted, and to prevent the bill from getting so large that it becomes a pretty big problem for our customers. We have a neighborhood pilot program in the Nave Ade neighborhood that's been in place for about 1.5 years, and there's lots to report on that. We have a Tree Smart Santa Fe tree giveaway pilot that we just piloted in the spring in 3 neighborhoods that we're collecting data on, and it's in alignment with the Tree Smart Santa Fe initiative that the city adopted about 1 year ago as well. We have a neighborhood rain garden pilot that should be completed next year that will serve as an educational site. And then the Next Generation Water Summit, even though we've talked to the council about it before, that is going to be the public outreach event that we're hoping to adopt as a permanent part of our program. And then the WaterWise business program, which is what I'm talking about today. So the last 2 pilot programs on this list will be coming through council for approval so that they can be, again, adopted as a formal part of our program. So as we talk about this commercial work and these audits that are being conducted in businesses, I wanted to just spend a little bit of time to tell you what the audit itself consists of. So in this picture, there's a staff, he doesn't work with us anymore, Mario Torres, but he's conducting the restaurant audit here. We have general managers of the pantry and of Rio Chama there, engaging in our social media campaign. But what happens is we do presentations like this, the radio show, the ads. We get people who are interested. They make a reservation, if you want to call it, on SaveWaterSantaFe.com. And then Glenn Schiffbauer with the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce makes initial contact with the business and establishes a preliminary visit, an audit date, and then sets up an auditor through the Santa Fe Community College. The preliminary visit is made by the Green Chamber, the audit is conducted, and a report is issued for review. And I did email all of you, or Christine helped me get a copy of an audit report out to all of you, just so you can see what that report entails and the information that is given to the business owner. The Santa Fe Community College and city staff review the report, and a final visit is made to give them their certification decal, give them signage, and then the final report. Water savings for that establishment is tracked, and then participants are integrated into social marketing promotion on our WaterWise program. So what did we learn from the pilot? The pilot has been going on since 2018, so a couple years. We learned a lot, and everything we learned helped us fill the hole for the bigger program that we're trying to put together, which is what we're trying to fund this evening. But what we learned is that 30 restaurants were picked for the initial pilot, and at that time, we had 5 staff, myself included, and it took us 30 days to audit 30 restaurants, and it took about 70% of our time every day to conduct those audits. It was a full job just to be trained, to do the audit, to write the report, to do all the work. And so we knew, first of all, that with Santa Fe having over 300 restaurants, there was no way we were going to be able to sustain that piece of work, even though we knew there was a lot of water savings behind it. Another challenge that we identified was a sub-metering challenge. So many of these restaurants actually reside within a shopping center, and the shopping center is master metered, but every individual business is not metered. And so when we were working with restaurants in that context, they're not aware of exactly how much water is being used every month. So any changes that they would make also, they couldn't really reflect on. And so that was a very big issue that we needed to address. We did pilot a marketing approach, and to the right, that diagram there is it's our social media toolkit that we offered every business owner in different ways that they could participate so that we could give them recognition. That part turned out to be really successful in getting other people interested. And what we learned from the pilot is that there's a lot of water to be saved. The California Energy Commission estimated that restaurants use about 2 million gallons per year, And with approximately 300 restaurants in Santa Fe, there's 635 million gallons to be saved. The pilot program resulted in a direct savings of 450,000 gallons per year just by changing out aerators alone. And that's a little bit more than an acre-foot of water. And so we know that there's lots of water to be saved, which was really the most important thing. So what we did as a response to everything that we've learned, and this has taken some time, is we had to form a partnership that helped us fill all of the different gaps that we had identified in the pilot. So I'm going to show you what that partnership looks like, but it's called the Water Efficiency Partnership, or WEP. We established a water efficiency training through the Santa Fe Community College, resulting in a badge certification, and now includes micro-credentials, which I'll talk a little bit more about when I talk about our YouthWorks partnership. We established a business partner in the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce, and this was probably the most important thing we could have done, because at the beginning, we were knocking on businesses' doors, asking if the city could come in and audit their water use, and we had no takers. Like, no one wanted to participate. And so Glenn Schiffbauer has a different relationship with these businesses and sells our program from many different perspectives that we could not, and has really made it very successful. We found a technology partner to look at the metering issues, and in a subset of these restaurants, we have implemented a sub-meter called FIN, and that's helping us measure what changes are taking place and what water is being saved, as well as the restaurant owner. We looked for national endorsements to make sure we were in line with our national leaders. And we branded the program as WaterWise with an accompanying marketing campaign. And so to the left, you'll see the certified WaterWise label. And so you'll see these out the outside of several restaurants now. And then this is just part of our marketing campaign. We are certainly navigating life with less water, and so we take different components of that. And so this is our restaurant piece that is part of this marketing campaign. So this is the WEP partnership, and building partnerships is a very big part of our scorecard. We just know that we can't do the work alone, and the more partners we have, we're not only helping them meet their goals, but we're helping meet ours as well, and we're sharing resources to do that. And so at the very center of this partnership, you have the Water Conservation Office. At the top, you have the Santa Fe Community College, who is an education partner. We have another education partner called Lane Community College, and together these two institutions received a National Science Foundation grant that funded most of our initial curriculum development. We have the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce, the FIN Metering Group, the Water Conservation Committee, and certainly the Commercial Subcommittee. And then we did get the EPA WaterSense endorsement, which I was really, really happy with, and I think speaks volumes to the model that we have built here. The commercial program results to date. During our work, we did win the 2020 Most Sustainable Mid-Sized City in the U.S. Award from the Green Builder Coalition, and received lots of great PR for that, for all of the efforts of the city. And we also get that, we did get that endorsement from the EPA WaterSense program, which I really am excited about. We have trained 18 auditors to date, and me and my staff are included in that list. 12 have been certified to do audits on the city's behalf. We have audited 73 restaurants that have been certified WaterWise, 5 hotels, 2 shopping centers with a total of 41 businesses, and the Children's Museum just participated not too long ago. We did a recent campaign just weeks ago in our monthly article in the Real Estate Guide, and I had Glenn on the radio show, and almost immediately we had 21 more restaurants who were interested, 8 hotels wanting to participate, and we had a lot of calls on short-term rentals. And so right now we're looking at vacation rentals and doing an assessment on whether we want to try to include them into this program, but we've been really getting a lot of interest, which is great. Hopefully this presentation will get us even more interest. So the water savings from direct actions taken, this is from auditors going in, conducting the audit, fixing leaks, changing out to pre-rinse sprayers and aerators, has been 2.3 million gallons of water to date. And so for all of the work that's being done, we've already saved a lot of water, and the work is just, it's been a really successful program. We certainly are leading the way with this type of work. We have gained interest from Santa Fe County, the Albuquerque Water Authority, Bernalillo, and Rio Rancho are all taking advantage of our online training. And we have had interest from the city of Tucson and the city of El Paso asking us about our model and how we kind of put this program together. So the $60,000 breakdown for this contract, I just wanted to address this in its own slide by quoting one of the lines in the memo. And the funding in this sole source allows for the Santa Fe Community College to facilitate training of water professionals and certify them and compensate them to conduct water conservation audits on the city's behalf. This funding pays for program design and curriculum development, program facilitation through the Energy Smart Academy at the Santa Fe Community College, its payment to the auditors, auditor equipment and program supplies, and we do have a new addition to this work in a partnership with YouthWorks, and luckily for us, YouthWorks is bringing funding into this program for us, and so there's no additional funding required for that, but lots of gains for the city. So this program meets several of our scorecard goals, which is really important to me because it's a process that's been really successful for us. We've been trying to focus on the outdoor sector. I know Jesse's been up quite a bit talking about all the low-hanging fruit. We've done a lot at the residential end, and this outdoor sector is a new piece that we're looking at. And once we finalize the commercial program, that's going to be a whole other part that we add to our portfolio. Our rebate program now, we can change that to allow for commercial incentives as well as landscape irrigation meters. We are training the next generation of water professionals through our partnership with YouthWorks. They help us meet several partnership goals, and it formalizes this WaterWise business goal by taking it out of a pilot stage and implementing it as a permanent program. And I do realize that I didn't put in the slide about YouthWorks, and I should have done that, or maybe I did. But just real briefly, we did engage with YouthWorks, and we were looking at ways to meet our social equity goal. And we're looking at a neighborhood pilot in the Navidad neighborhood that we're already in for YouthWorks to go in with professional auditors and to do audits on the outdoor sector, so landscapes in that neighborhood, and help us get more information that might lead to a different pilot program, but we need that initial groundwork done first. And so we're engaging with them. It's a really great group to work with. It's our first opportunity to work with them, and we're super excited. And these teenagers will be able to go through the curriculum, the auditing program at the Santa Fe Community College, and earn micro-credentials, which they can list on their resumes, and that may be really great as they look for jobs in this field. And so lots of things happening, and they're all connected and integrated, and especially through the work of the Water Conservation Committee. And that's the end of my presentation, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about our work. And as you have questions, please let me know.
Thank you. That's very inspiring and couldn't be more timely given all the concerns everyone has about our water availability, Colorado River issues, water in the future, to see that we're not only leading the country when it comes to conservation, but thanks to you and the work of your team and the partnerships you've forged, we continue to find more ways to conserve water and recognize that the best source of new water is to save the water we've got. So thank you for that really comprehensive and very uplifting presentation. Questions from yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Chavez, for your presentation and your expertise and passion for water conservation. I just had a follow-up question. You had talked about the sub-metering challenge that you faced during the piloting, and I was just curious how you all addressed that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal. So it was the Next Generation Water Summit that actually connected us with a technology group called Uponor, and they had a product called Fin. And Fin was being used in the residential sector, and it actually is so precise that it can be placed in a home and it can tell you which appliance is leaking water based off its water signature. So a toilet is leaking, so it's very advanced. This company was looking to adapt that to the commercial sector, and we were needing that kind of device in our work. And so we purchased a handful of meters and placed them in some of the restaurants and are piloting right now how they communicate with the restaurant owner and us on, you know, whether savings are taking place and how they're using that to look at that. But it is a challenge because there's a lot of restaurants that are freestanding that have their own meter. There are many others that are in shopping centers. And so it's a challenge we're still working through.
Thank you. That's an interesting piece to the puzzle there, and one of the partnerships that you listed as well, correct?
Correct.
The other question I had was, does a restaurant need to be a certain size, or is there a criteria that you all follow that helps you determine who's going to be selected for the pilot? So I'm sure there's a lot of interest, but is there something that you have to follow, saying this is a restaurant that would be best primed to do this, or how do you all make that selection?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, when we were actually doing the pilot phase of this, we had just the 30 restaurants. We did choose them based off certain types of criteria. You know, we have a whole variety there, but since we've stepped out of that and we opened it up to other restaurants, you know, that's not really a limiting factor for us anymore. But on the hotel end, it is a little bit different because you have small hotels and then you have very large hotels. Some hotels have a restaurant inside them. And so we do have to pick the auditor who's best matched with that skill set and who has all of the different types of training and has been certified in all of those different areas.
So anyone can be selected, it just depends on the auditor expertise, or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, right now the program is open to restaurants, hotels, shopping centers, and other commercial facilities. And so we just did the Children's Museum, and we were wondering how different that would be from some of our other commercial sectors, and it actually kind of was the same. I mean, if it has a restroom, and you know how many people visit that facility, and you know what other water appliances are being used, then an audit can still be done. And so it was nice that that training could cover several different commercial facilities.
Great, thank you. And then last question, thank you for that audit example. It was very thorough. There was a lot of detail that they provided for the restaurant. And I'm curious, since that was done in 2019, do you all follow up to see if they've implemented any of your suggestions? I know there's like different tiers of what you suggest. There's like low-hanging fruit, kind of more technical, and then a bigger evaluation of things they could do that probably costs more money for them to implement. So I'm curious if, in this example, were you able to see some changes in how they did business, or how they looked at their systems?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, it's a really great question. When we were looking at this program, we were hoping that the water conservation staff could actually be the follow-up, that we could track them from that point forward, make sure they had signage, offer them our rebates as they became available. Right now, we do have one vacant position that we're trying to fill. We're hoping as we build that capacity that responsibility will fall on our office, because that's really where that data should reside. But for right now, we're not really following up, except to say that some of the restaurants that we did audit have, you know, as a result of COVID, did have to close down, and so we are keeping track of the active restaurants on our list. But the follow-up, I'm hoping, will be more detailed once we build a little bit more capacity.
Great, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Other questions? I have one follow-up. Can you put in a plug for Ion Water for us and tell folks why that's such a useful app and how they can easily access it and get more people signed up to use that? I think it's a tremendous individualized, personal way to take responsibility for water conservation.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to do that. Just as part of our Commercial WaterWise program, all of our participants who are individually metered are on Ion Water and are able to use that app to even look at shift changes. And, you know, certain staff does a defrosting, you know, some way, others run it under the sink, and they're able to actually differentiate between, like, who's on staff at that time. So it's really interesting in the commercial sector. At the residential end, you know, Robert Wood has a whole program based off what he sees in Ion Water every day, and it really allows you to look at your water use on an hourly, daily, monthly basis, You can be notified of something unusual happening within 24 hours, and so you don't have to get that really high bill. You don't have to suffer any kind of infrastructure damage as a result of the leak. You have that information at the tip of your fingers. But another thing is for those who are really into water conservation, are really trying to figure out the differences that they can make by changing behaviors in their own home. I mean, you can track the amount of water used in your shower, the amount of water used out by your dishwasher or washing machine, the amount of water that you put on your outdoor landscape. And if you're trying to stay within a certain threshold so that you don't fall in that second tier of really high water rates, you can certainly do that using that app. So I can't say enough about it, except that we're available to help you sign up for it and to help you through some training, but very fortunate to have it. Many cities don't have the metering infrastructure that allows that for their customers.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Thank you so much. If there are no other questions, I think we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Mara-Ward?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I believe the next item that we're looking at is R, that I think Councilor Cassett was taking off of consent.
You are correct. It's item R, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Chavez. It's a resolution affirming the partnership of the City of Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe to develop strategies and actions to end homelessness. And Director Kira Ochoa is already ready.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second, and we have both Director Ochoa and Commissioner Hughes is here from the county, and we're eager to hear from both of you. Director Ochoa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. We're very happy to have Commissioner Hank Hughes with us here tonight, who can speak to this very important partnership that's been underway but is now being formalized here before you tonight. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Hughes.
Welcome, Commissioner. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you to the Mayor and Councilor Cassett and Councilor Chavez for sponsoring this resolution. And we certainly enjoyed having Councilor Cassett at the Commission meeting where we passed this a little while ago. And I'm happy to be here on this very important occasion when you're passing it. And as Kira mentioned, this is not marking the beginning of a partnership. It's a partnership that's been going on for a while, but that needs to be strengthened if we're going to really be successful. And it's such an important issue. As you know, it's very important to me, but I think it's important to all of us, helping the most vulnerable people in our community get back on their feet. And it's become more apparent, obviously, with the pandemic when people were forced to sleep outside more than in the past. And so, but I'm glad so much attention is being paid to it. And so many good things have happened just in the recent past. Santa Fe Suites is a big success, largely led by the city, and now being managed by St. Elizabeth Shelter. The Consuelos Place Shelter, which is mostly the city and the Coalition to End Homelessness, but a little bit of help from the county. And then more projects coming forwards. The Lamplighter project on Cerrillos Road that the county and the city are doing together. The Nueva Sequia project that the county is taking the lead on to provide more affordable housing, and the city is going to partner in that. And so there's just so many good things going on, and I just really enjoy being part of a community where both the city and the county and the governing bodies of both organizations are so caring about this issue. It's really, really important and really appreciated. So thank you very much, and I don't know if there's any questions now or at any time in the future. Feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions for our partner in this and many other undertakings, Commissioner? We're grateful for your collaborative attitude and your approach to cooperation and blending our resources and our shared commitment. It's a great working partnership. Yeah, Councilor Garcia, please.
Thank
you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, Director Ochoa, for being here tonight. I guess I got one question because I want to make sure as we're moving forward with this amendment or this resolution that we're setting goals that we should be striving to achieve. And with that being said, on page 4 of the resolution under item 3, building housing units, we're aiming to have a goal of at least 100 to 200 units per year. And the reason I bring that up is because you go into item number 4 is talking about the vouchers. And I've heard so much over the past 6 months to a year that folks have vouchers, but there's not available units. So with that being said, is 100 to 200 the appropriate number, or should we achieve higher? Because I want to ensure that with item number 4, should somebody be eligible for a voucher, they're able to use it and get housed. I don't like that we have folks that have vouchers and they're not able to find housing. So the question is 100 to 200 going to be able to allow for folks that are currently receiving vouchers to be housed, or do we need housing stock inventory exceeding 100 to 200?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia. That's a great question. I think we struggled over that number in the writing, and I forgot to mention to thank all the staff members at the county and the city who worked on this resolution. And I think the fact that it took us a while to get it written the way everybody likes just sort of shows how deeply everybody felt about the importance of this. But I think there's about 50 people now I've heard who have vouchers who aren't able to use them, and that includes the Section 8 vouchers that the county and the Civic Housing Authority have, and the homeless vouchers. So 50 units at least we need, right? And I think it'd be great to do more than 100 to 200 a year, but we also know that, projects take time. There's an effort. Santa Fe Suites was kind of easy pickings because even before the pandemic had come, the owner of the hotel had come to me and said, I want to sell this to you. And it was already set up as efficiency apartments. No renovations were needed. But there aren't any other options like that. The Lamplighter needs renovations. Any future motel we buy will need at least enough renovations to make it housing instead of a motel. And so the Nueva Sequia project that the county is doing would be over 100 units, but that's going to take us at least another year. So I think 100 to 200 is somewhere in between what we really need and what's realistic. And so it's probably a good goal. If we could meet that, I think we'd be doing something significant.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. That's the only question I had. Just thank you to Commissioner Hughes. Thank you. Please pass along our thanks to your fellow commissioners. Look forward to strengthening this project. As I think we've all said, this is an issue that we as a community need to tackle. It's not a city issue. It's not a county issue. It's a community issue, and it involves all of us to really achieve this. And so thank you for the time and effort, and that's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It is a great partnership. On the voucher issue, I think it's important to note that there are landlords who used to take vouchers, and we're losing the participation of some of those landlords because while the vouchers are safe, guaranteed, and frequently a very good renter or occupant of a unit, with our shortage of overall units, sometimes it's more advantageous to a landlord to just take market rents rather than accepting a voucher. So as we add to our supply overall, not just in the affordable housing stock, but in the market of rental units, we may see some of that pressure abate, and some of our landlords would become interested again in accepting vouchers.
Mr. Mayor, I do hope that that is the result of that new development, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Other questions for either Director Ochoa or our Commissioner guest? Yes, Councilwoman.
Just in case anybody who is listening or watching does not know about, not only has Commissioner Hughes worked on this from the county's perspective, but if you could explain your professional role, which really shows your expertise in this area, I think that would be beneficial for anybody listening.
Thank you. Yes, I am also the Executive Director of the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, which is a 22-year-old agency that coordinates efforts all over the state to end homelessness. And before that, I was Director of St. Elizabeth Shelter, which was actually another great city and nonprofit and county project. So that was many, many years ago, but there's a long history of us working on this project, on this problem. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you for providing that context, because it really does show your expertise in the area and how lucky we are to have you as one of the representatives of the area, the community of the county, who is working in this, both in this field from the policy perspective as well as professionally. That was all. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you. Thank you, Kira. Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Can you please call the roll?
So just want to confirm, I have Councilor Chavez with the motion and Councilwoman Villarreal with the second. It was, okay. I couldn't tell. Thank you.
No, you're not.
I know. I mean, but, okay, perfect. That's why I wanted to confirm. Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera? Councilor Mayor-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez? Yes. Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, again. Look forward to making the resolution now turn into our action agenda. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is item 10A. It's approval of a settlement agreement between Enterprise Bank and Trust, the City of Santa Fe, and Santa Fe County to resolve the disputes alleged in Enterprise Bank and Trust versus the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe. It's case number D-101-CV-2021-02309. And Marcos Martinez, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, is available for this item.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, please?
Second?
Motion to approve from Councilor Lindell, second from Councilor Cassett. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. Before you and for your consideration tonight, there is a request for an approval of a settlement agreement between Enterprise Bank and Trust, the City of Santa Fe, and Santa Fe County. And the purpose of this settlement is to resolve litigation brought by the bank against the city and county. And the goal there was to try to clear the title to certain lots that the bank acquired through a foreclosure action of some affordable housing opportunity agreement requirements. This is a creative settlement, I think, that will allow the bank, the city, and the county to have some certainty over what happens in the future. It gives some money potentially to the city and county equally. It will go to the affordable housing programs of those respective jurisdictions. It clears the title to these lots and allows the bank to try to market them. So I guess I would just like to explicitly recommend that the governing body approve this settlement. I do want to that the county last night considered and approved this settlement, but it will only be a final and binding settlement if the governing body of the City of Santa Fe also joins in that approval. And with that, I'd just like to stand for any questions that the governing body might have with respect to this settlement agreement.
Thank you. Are there questions at this time? Very good. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and we have a second. You want to please call the roll?
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Mayor-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, the next item on the agenda is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, good evening. Hope you all are doing well. Pardon me while I cough drop. First of all, We've had some progress in getting the Artful Life leadership to come back to the table and agree to work with you all about recommendations going forward. I'm mid-draft of an email right now to send to all of you. We have a couple of dates that we think will work for them and will work for you all. Some of the parameters for this next meeting that we're working around for scheduling a meeting for 9 different elected officials, who most of which have full-time jobs and are very busy, is difficult. Finding a weeknight that there is not a city committee meeting does not exist. So if we're to meet at night, that looks at either meeting on a federal holiday, meeting on a Friday night, or meeting over the weekend. We didn't want to do that to you, and so we're offering up 2 dates, October 11th and October 13th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Our intent would be that the meeting will be held here in the chambers, and that we'll provide lunch for you, and that will be an opportunity. I will send you an email tonight before we close asking for your preference of which day that works. Some of the other parameters that we're working around was trying to give you ample time to coordinate your schedules, giving the community ample time so that we don't hold this meeting in the days leading up to Indigenous Peoples Day weekend, but also trying to move as swiftly as we can. So I'll send that out shortly. We are still working with Artful Life leadership, our team, about the parameters. I think we're intending that this meeting will be considered a study session, which is the type of special meeting. And the goal, I think, for this is really to allow each of you to have asked any unanswered questions that you've got about the final report and the process, and then be in a place that this meeting can be where you all can begin to discuss how you think we should move forward, if at all, on any or all of the recommendations and on Soldiers Monument, the obelisk, and what should be done, and allow you that sort of open meeting forum where you can do that. So more information will be coming for you tonight about that. I want to flag for you, others may mention this tonight as well. Councilor Lee Garcia and I were able to participate last week in a swearing-in ceremony for 7 new police officers that came to the city Santa Fe Police Department as laterals, which is great. We've seen a real increase in the number of law enforcement officers who have joined the Santa Fe Police Department since Chief Joy took over, and we're very excited, as I think most of the residents are, about these new men and women who have joined our force. So we're very excited about that. We continue to do Munis stakeholder meetings for the upgrade that's coming with the impending deadline in January. The team has been doing great work around ensuring that HR, finance, and IT are taking the lead on testing systems. They're working in a test environment, and the team has recently approved communications plans that will help educate the users within City Hall and across city government, as long as the people outside of city government who utilize the Munis system, vendors and other people who are regularly paying bills, et cetera, and engaging with the city. They're also beginning to implement a training plan that will probably kick into high gear in October, where staff will begin to have that expectation and the opportunity to begin learning the new system, see what new modules and options are available, and how this will help make our city government work better going forward. So we're very, very excited about that. Want to flag for you that we've had some outreach from the county. They are very interested in us continuing to move forward on the work around annexation, on the joint powers agreement for the RECC, and dealing with some other settlement issues. And so we're working now to find some dates and times that we can re-engage and continue moving forward on those important issues. Want to flag for you that we're in the middle of interviews, or have just started rather interviews for a new airport manager, and we're hopeful to have a candidate to announce by the next time that we meet here in a few weeks. Some good things I want to flag are that we had a really productive tabletop exercise around a hypothetical active shooter scenario that the vast majority of the most senior leadership participated in. It was a really good first step for the city to look at, are we prepared for a horrible situation like this to happen to us? If not, what do we need to do to be prepared? How do we work with you all? How do we work with the community? How do we ensure that the city government continues to function if that unfortunate event does happen to us? And so that was a great first step. I'm grateful to Brian Williams and his team, Kira Ochoa, for leading this effort. And again, this is a reminder for all of you. You don't need your fobs to do the training, but we do have online training that we're asking all city employees to complete by the end of October. So you have another month to do that. I want to give a quick congratulations to our city clerk, Christine Bustos-Mihalsic, for getting a new City of Santa Fe website up and running, which is very exciting. It's a huge project to update websites for city or for government enterprises. I've done it before. You'd be surprised how many tens of thousands of pages there are, and you click here and it takes you somewhere else. There is always going to be some bumps in the road, and where do I find this, and et cetera. But really yeoman's work to get that across the finish line. We're very excited about that. And then I finally want to flag, while we're speaking of the city clerk, that we have 3 city employees who recently were named to the 40 under 40 top business leader list for the Santa Fe Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Our city clerk, Christine Bustos-Mihalsic, Cody Minich, and Julie Sanchez have all been to the list. And I think there's an event Friday night that I'm guessing you all were invited to. So go and celebrate them. That's really wonderful. So thank you, Mayor. That's my report.
Thank you, sir. Matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. I have a couple announcements and then a recommendation that we go into executive session. On the announcements front, we have good news in 2 cases. The New Mexico Supreme Court denied cert on the Santa Fe reporter case, so the Court of Appeals decision is final. And that's the one about matters of opinion in personnel cases on IPRA. So they upheld the city's application of the law in that case. So we're very happy about that. And then today we found out about a case that was dismissed from federal district court. It's one of our New Mexico surf cases. The federal district court dismissed on the city's motion dismiss, finding that our ordinance is legal. It was being challenged, and rejecting the challenge to that ordinance for our telecommunications, allowing for a 2% fee, finding it's not prohibitive, and found that we were not providing an unfair competitive advantage to other providers. So that's all good news. So they granted the city's motion for summary judgment on both of the plaintiff's claims. So that's two cases with good outcomes for the city. In terms of just some other city matters, thank you for everyone who has sent in your nominations for the Charter Commission. We're going to follow up. If your nominee hasn't sent in their application, we'll follow up just to make sure that they're reminded that the deadline is this week. We have quite a few of them already, but there's a couple that we haven't received back, or a handful. And if you have any nominations that have not been made, I think we're missing just maybe 2 or 3. Please alert Irene Romero about those folks so that she can get them the fillable form. So thank you for your work on that. And then we're planning to do the appointments at the next governing body meeting in October. So that's coming up very soon. And then we will get the process going, starting in October. And it will be meeting monthly at least with that group of people. Jesse sent out an announcement about our new policy analyst, Connor Murphy, who starts on Monday. He'll be in orientation that day. I think most of you have already signed up for a time to meet with him and with the whole legislative team, so thank you. If you haven't, we still have time slots set aside, and we can add new ones if you need one. But thanks for signing up so we can get him oriented as quickly as possible as to the priorities of the governing body, and to meet all of you and know what you've already been working on, what you'd like to be working on, and so that we can have a global tracking of that and a global awareness of all those interests. Finally, we met with the county attorney's office this week in the first ever known city attorney's office, county attorney's office lunch. We're hoping to make that at least an annual event. And we just know at least in the last 22 years it hadn't happened before. So we were happy to get that new tradition started. And finally, I would like to recommend an executive session to discuss at least, well, one case in particular. And I think I pulled up last meeting's agenda. Yes, thank you. So this is to discuss the Mark Edwards et al., the Interfaith Community Shelter at Peace Place, and the City of Santa Fe. This is under the Open Meetings Act, Section 1015-1, Part H7, attorney-client privilege discussion regarding threatened and pending litigation in which the city is a participant.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion to make?
I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second?
Second?
Madam Clerk?
Yes. Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Marworth? Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. For those of you here or watching, listening at home, we're going to go into executive session and be briefed on a matter that is involving pending litigation, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Thank you. We have a quorum, so maybe we can come back out of executive session and begin with the rest of the agenda from there. Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion to make?
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second? There is a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, I think we move rapidly to matters from you.
I will keep it pretty quick. I did just want to note that last time I mentioned the website was going to launch. It did launch. It has been a crazy project, as I mentioned, and I think we are finally getting to the other side. And so if anybody has any items or any links or comes across anything, please let me know. Staff has been amazing. City staff has been amazing, and I've had so much grace because it's really been a party of one doing a lot of updates. So everyone has been awesome, but I think that's probably my primary update. I also just wanted to let the governing body know that we've started looking at vendors to help us transition to an electronic record center. Excuse me, that second can of Red Bull is probably kicking in right now. So we are looking at technology and with IT to make sure that we have infrastructure in place for a electronic record center, which is very exciting. And there's one other update I had. We're also working right now with procurement for our online signature and contributions for the next election cycle, which is very, very exciting. We've done a lot of work, and I think I mentioned I recently went to a national, to a convention with other public campaign financing cities and counties and municipalities from across the country. So we're really excited to take what we learned and bring it back, but also to get into modern technology with online signatures, online nominating petitions, and online $5 contributions. So that's all in the works. That's all I got.
Thank you. Let's move quickly to the opportunity for communications from the governing body, and I'll start with Councilor Chavez to my left.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also recognize our city clerk. I think it's amazing. I'm looking forward to Friday for the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce 40 Under 40, and just the amazing group they are. I think they're really setting the path for future generations to come. It's really exciting to see. I went to high school with all these individuals. So I keep telling everyone I'm just so lucky to be surrounded by peers that are making a difference, working hard, and kind of blazing that path. So congratulations, City Clerk Mihalcik, and that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
I have nothing this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to give a big birthday shout out. Our little guy, Elijah James, turned 1 last Friday. And so time flies. I remember it was just a short time ago we were celebrating his arrival, and now he's a year under his belt, and the guy's already making messes, anything that's knee-high or lower. So, wow, let the fun begin. As well, want to give a shout-out to the city, Madam City Clerk, Cody Minich and Julie Chavez on their award. Wish I can be there with you. Unfortunately, I got a competing event. I think I might see Councilwoman Romero Worth at an event that I'll be attending on Friday evening. So big congratulations on that. And then I do got a couple of things I want to bring up. Recently, the acting secretary of the Department of Health rescinded all the public health emergency orders that we had been operating under for the last 2 years. And I guess I'll seeking clarification from our city attorney. How does that affect the stipulation we had in place regarding the city manager signing contracts over $200,000? If it affects it, if it doesn't affect it, if that update can be provided to me, and then I guess it can get in alignment with that, if we can be sent a list of the contracts that have been signed over $200,000 from the city manager. I don't, last I looked, I hadn't received an update since April showing the March contracts, so if I can get that update, that would be fantastic. Midtown update, a little concerned in regards to the path that is currently taken, given we were scheduled to be given an official presentation to the governing body on August 10th for the community development plan. That has still yet to take place. I reached out to the Midtown development team. They said we were going to get some type of update tonight. Nothing's taken place. So with that being said, I think my concerns rely around if this was a private entity going through the process, the property owner would be well in the know of what's going on, where are we heading, and in this instance, the property owner is the public, and the public is being kept in the dark in regards to what is going on. So I know that the update from the Midtown development team said that there would be delays where we would potentially be voting on something in December. Given we're 2 months behind any updates to us, I'm very concerned that this is going to become a very rushed process, and we're not going to give time to the public that is sufficiently due to them, given that this is their property. And I guess the last thing I want to bring up is around the update regarding the chart meeting we might be having on the 11th and 3rd or 13th of October. I know that when ARPA Life submitted a letter to us, they had a list of demands regarding certain demands that would be met before they met with us, and I'd like to ensure that if any demands are appeased to, that they be brought before the governing body, given that this is a governing body process and any parameters are determined by us as the governing body, not any other entity. But thank you for moving forward with that. I look forward to having that continued conversation. With that, no other updates, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually don't have anything this evening.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought that I would just have a little remembrance tonight of my mother. It would be her 105th birthday. And when she was much younger, at I think 102 or 103, I asked her, well, how's life? And she looked at me and she said, are you kidding me? It's taken forever. So I thought that I would wish her a happy birthday by letting her know that she still makes me laugh on almost a daily basis, and I'm grateful for those memories. Thank you.
Councilor Mayor Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to echo congratulations to everybody who's receiving the 40 under 40 awards, and also specifically to our city team and to our city clerk and Julie Sanchez and our new housing employee, Cody Minch. So that's pretty exciting. He was in front of the Finance Committee, I think, recently. So great to see that. So congratulations, everyone. Also want to remind everybody, you heard earlier tonight, there are 3 vacancies on the Water Conservation Committee. We have extended that deadline till next Friday, so if you are interested in the community, we are looking for, and by resolution required, to look for people from particular stakeholder groups. And if it's something that you're interested in, please contact me or contact Christine Chavez, the Water Conservation Manager for the city. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say Lashana Tova to the Jewish community, our Happy New Year. It is Rosh Hashanah. Well, it was Rosh Hashanah. Now we are in the High Holy Days. so a little, I'm sure I talked about this last year because it's one of my favorite times of the year. The 10 days in between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, you are supposed to be reflecting on the year and working on forgiving those who have wronged you, and also working on getting the forgiveness of those you have wronged. And I just find this time period a really beautiful time to reflect. And, I think there was some point where you were like, and then we forgive all the debts. We don't do that anymore because we live in America. Well, I'm not sure any country does that. But when you really think about the emotional debts or the moral debts that you owe, and how do we both see how we can improve, and really that self-reflection is so hard. It's so easy to think about, well, this person wronged me, but where have I been a participant? And then also, how do you let go of any hurt or anger that you are holding towards someone else? And I love that there is that established reset, and that there is this week and a half where there is this focus. And so I just wanted to share that with everyone. I think it's a really beautiful practice. It's something that we frequently try to do, but having that set aside is really lovely. So Lashana Tova means too, it's not exactly a happy new year, but a good year ahead. As we know that the world is not always happy, but we do look for good in it wherever we can. And then I also wanted to wish a very happy birthday to my father tomorrow. Is he turning 70? My dad might be turning 70, but I'm not sure if I was supposed to say that in public. But my father, many of you know him, and I've interacted with him when he was here in the city. But he's just one of the most incredible, thoughtful, introspective people that I know, and I am so grateful to have him as a father. So just really want to wish him a very, very happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just also like to congratulate all the recipients of the 40 Under 40. Good work. Thank you for City Manager for mentioning we attended the lateral officers swearing-in ceremony, which was very nice, and on our way to a fully staffed police department, hopefully. And so thank you for all the work there. I would like to, I guess, before the meeting for Artful Life and the city, see if we could just be kept up to speed on, what dialogue we're going to have and how we're going to participate in that as a governing body, and all the participants. And so, how, just kind of to prepare for it as well, because the community has obviously been reaching out in regards to what's happening, and I do appreciate you working on that and getting this going, because I think it's something that needs to be addressed. And lastly, just wishing my wife a belated 23rd anniversary on the 18th. So, my grandfather used to say, he was married to my grandmother for 60, 70 years. And every year he would say, 60 years with the wrong woman, it's more than a man can take. Jokingly. And I say that to my wife, and she knows the reason why. Yeah. Longevity, and it was just a joke on the behalf. So to lighten up the room a little bit, happy anniversary. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Chavez, you had an addendum.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I forgot something very important. This week, two very important men were born. My partner, Christopher Beaumay's birthday is tomorrow. He turns 37, so I want to wish him a happy birthday. And my dad turns 73 on Friday. So, and those that know me know how close I am to my father. I call him a angel that walks on earth, because he literally is an angel, the most giving, wonderful man ever, and is always standing by my side. So I just want to wish them both a very, very happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to run through some things that I want to call to people's attention. I think that I appreciate Councilor Cassett mentioning the Jewish New Year and the upcoming fast on Yom Kippur. Everybody I wish who will be fasting that day an easy fast and beginning of a new year. Some other recognitions, we've talked about the 40 under 40, but 2 Santa Fe restaurants made it onto the Traveler's Choice Best of the Best 2022 Fine Dining Restaurants in the entire United States of America. Sazon number 8 and Geronimo number 15 on the list. Congratulations to them. That's a great achievement. Santa Fe Walk to End Alzheimer's, October 1st. Very important. Also on October 1st, City of Santa Fe PNM and Avangrid Electric Vehicle Car Show on the plaza to celebrate moving to more renewable energy sources and the fleet that is transitioning in the City of Santa Fe toward electric vehicles. NAMI Walk for Mental Wellness. We've commented in recent months about the challenges in our city and in our state and in the country around mental and behavioral health issues. If you want to contribute to helping mental wellness, October 8th is the day. You can look it up on NAMI Santa Fe and participate. Indigenous Peoples Day, October 10th, also an important tradition to mark. A lot of good things happening in our community around supporting each other, looking out for each other, helping each other, and these are just some of the things that we ought to mark and give our community-wide support to. There's also today National Freedom from Hunger Day, and we are very fortunate in Santa Fe that we have a number of organizations that are committed to eliminating hunger in Santa Fe, and we support them, and they take care of a lot of people in our community who would otherwise suffer from inadequate nutrition and the availability of food. That is what I have. It's 7:09. I think if we wanted to move to petitions, skip the introduction of legislation, and there's only one item, perhaps we can do that rapidly. Madam Clerk, item 15.
Sure, I'll read fast. Introduction of legislation. Item 15A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Cassett and Councilor Chavez. It's a resolution approving the City of Santa Fe's participation in a transportation project fund program administered by New Mexico Department of Transportation for the Arroyo de los Chimisos Crossing project. Ramela will be the project manager for that item.
And it's sponsored by Councilors Cassett and Chavez. Do either of you want to speak to it?
I can just provide some very quick clarification. We're looking at a $1 million grant for the design of the Arroyo de los Chimisos crossing, that engineering design. So next steps as we continue to explore this connectivity project in the city and in the district.
Councilor? All good? Okay. Madam Clerk?
We have petitions from the floor, so if anybody would like to speak to an item not on the agenda that is here for public comment, they can do so at this time.
If there is an item that is either a public hearing or an item for public comment, please wait for that. But if there's something not on the agenda that you'd like to address, please come forward to the podium now. And we'll look on the web for people who are also Zooming with us.
Hi, my name is Neil Rosenshine. I live on, and actually I don't know what else to say. I think you have all the information about the motorcycles and the...
Sir, I probably wasn't clear. The next item on our agenda is the introduction of the noise measure, and that would be the time to speak about noise.
Great, I'll come back.
Don't go far. It's next up. Anyone else who wants to speak to something that's not already noticed on the agenda would be good. Or if there's somebody in the Zoom room who wishes to speak, this is a time to do that.
Mayor, there's nobody on Zoom with their hand up for this item.
Okay. In that case, I think if that's all we have, if there's no one in the room or on the Zoom who wants to use the petitions from the floor, we should then move to item 17.
Perfect. Item 17 is public comment on bills. This is the first public comment. There is no action. This is consideration of a bill sponsored by Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber, and Councilor Chavez. It's an ordinance amending Section 12-10-1.10 of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance governing mufflers and emission control devices and amending Schedule A of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance to increase penalties for muffler noise violations.
And so this is the appropriate time if you wanted to take 2 minutes per person to address this as public comment. There's no action tonight. There's simply an opportunity to weigh in on this proposed measure. Apologies for not being clear before.
Hi, my name is Neil Rosenshine. I live on Park Avenue here in Santa Fe. Compared to the rest of the world, we're living in paradise, and I acknowledge that, and I also acknowledge that a lot of people come up here and complain, and I feel bad about having this negative thing to deal with. The noise issue is out of hand, and it's not that I have an idea on how to solve it. I actually look to you for an idea on how to solve this. It's incredibly stressful. It goes on 24 hours a day. I mean, look at me. I'm 35 years old, and look what it's done to me. So I don't really know what to say because we've run through this. I've written letters and gotten wonderful responses. Actually, we had breakfast about this. I don't really know what to say. I'm actually looking for help and a response. And actually, I got here early because I thought there'd be hundreds of people lined up as the petition has over 700 signatures. But I don't know. Somehow, here we are. So I had 2 minutes, and that's all I have to say. I'm actually looking for advice and a solution.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this measure?
Hi, my name is Fitz Sargent. I live in Casa Alegre, a neighborhood I love, and I guess tonight is mostly about people under 40 and over 104, so I don't fit in either of those categories. Before I say something about the noise ordinance, I want to give a plug to something that we do over by the Roundhouse on Paseo, which is Cars and Coffee on the first Saturday morning of first Saturday of every month at 9 o'clock. And it's pretty awesome, and I think what you will see if you come is there are a lot of people in this town that care a lot about cars. And probably most of those people get some pleasure out of putting their foot on the accelerator and hearing their 57 Chevy, their 1923 Maxwell, or for me, it's a 240Z, kind of roar down the street, right? It's a really nice feeling. But just to follow up on what this other gentleman said, what's going on right now really started with the beginning of the pandemic. And I think a lot of time in the evening to go out and blow off steam, in combination with the fact that you can now buy at Capital Ford, for example, a Mustang that has a little switch on the console that says normal, aggressive, or like furious. And that's actually a legal thing. The cars that you hear, that we hear on the street, go way beyond that, because for about $5,000, you can get an installation that makes your car sound like what we hear in my neighborhood, and I'm sure over on Park Avenue and downtown and places where tourists are sleeping.
Thank you, sir.
People 105 are sleeping and whatnot. You can spend that much money on that. And right now we're 3 years into people spending this money and doing this thing.
Thank you.
And being really outrageous, I'm sorry, and keeping us all awake. So it's really time for the city leadership to make a statement to the public.
Thank you.
This is intolerable. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Sorry to cut you off, but we try to be appropriate with the 2-minute limit.
Hello, friends. My name is Cindy Cornelson, and I run Smash Bangles, which is on Montezuma, right across from John Cocteau. I wanted to thank Councilor Lindell for bringing this forward, and the mayor and Ms. Chavez for pushing it. We have a group, it's Stop Aggressive Driving in Santa Fe, and we've got a petition online that has over 800 signatures as of about an hour ago, and we're all concerned about this noise. People are signing because they have PTSD, people are signing because they have hearing impairments, and when you have hearing impairments, percussive noises from mufflers or from speakers are extra damaging. And when you have PTSD, like I do, and I'm wearing a couple of hats tonight. I'm here as a business owner, I'm here as a member of SAD, and I'm just a member with PTSD, and it's beyond disturbing. And I do want to say that as a city that puts so much recognition and honoring our veterans, I think this is something that we really should consider to make the environment safer and more conducive to just being able to enjoy our rights of quiet enjoyment in the town. So thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Anyone else?
303 East Alameda, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Mr. Mayor, I want to apologize for any rudeness in the paper and some of my columns, and maybe being too critical of the council and you. I know it's a very difficult situation to deal with. But my hotel, little hotel, our home, everybody, all you know this, all the neighborhoods are being impacted. It really has to be dealt with. It's just such a crisis, in my opinion. We now know that Longmont is using noise cameras. That's 5 hours from here. We can learn from them. I think that now is the time to aggressively put back the speed vehicles that are unmanned that can give tickets, and the same thing with these noise cameras. They're not racist. They don't discern between where someone grew up or what their color of their skin is. It's very democratic, and it is a good way, it seems, to control this. So good luck, and we appreciate this new focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Rick Blythe. I'm Vice President and General Manager of La Fonda Hotel and also part owner of the old Santa Fe Inn at the corner of Galisteo and Montezuma. I'm very fortunate to be in Santa Fe for the last 5 years, and I love being in downtown Santa Fe 99% of the time. That other 1% or even more on some nights is when I get a call from a guest in room 294, which overlooks San Francisco Street, one of our nicest suites, has a balcony and a fireplace. We have 8 rooms right along San Francisco Street, and we have to move them out of those rooms because they can't sleep. It primarily happens on weekend nights, primarily in the summer as well, and as that gentleman said, it's gotten worse since COVID. But there seems to be a little raceway from Old Santa Fe Trail to Cathedral right on San Francisco Street in front of our hotel, and it is incredibly disturbing to our tourists and the guests here in Santa Fe. We also have that same problem when people pull up to enter the hotel on San Francisco Street, the entrance right next to the French pastry. I was out there greeting a guest about 3 weeks ago, and a car went racing by, and he looked at me and said, "Oh my God, is that allowed?" I said, "Well, we're trying to make sure it's not allowed because it really, really interrupts the serenity and the peacefulness and what Santa Fe is all about." We have exactly the same issue at Old Santa Fe and at the corner of Montezuma and Galisteo. Galisteo is a racetrack. They come around that corner. Our cars are pulling out of that parking lot. We've had very close calls on that corner, and the noise continues unabated. There are police on the plaza. I see them. I talk to them. I thank them for being there. But as soon as you get past that stop sign on Old Santa Fe Trail and they take off towards Cathedral, the police can't get them from there. The police are on the plaza. So whatever you can do to help us with this situation and make Santa Fe much more pleasurable for our guests, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak to this proposed measure? This is the time. Do we have any Zoom participants?
We don't, but I am just going to remind anybody listening on Zoom. Oh, there we go. All right, Orenda Healing International.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I am the executive director of Orenda Healing International, and one of the things we work on besides community projects and SAD, Stop Aggressive Driving, is definitely one of them, is I am also a counselor, and I speak to a lot of people, and many of my clients lately have complained of sleep deprivation, increased anxiety, and everything else. And when I ask them, okay, so what's going on? What has made this worse? And they are saying, well, as soon as it warmed up, we can't sleep. We open the windows and it's too noisy. And this is around town because I have clients from all over Santa Fe. And therefore, I'm just saying from this perspective, that of a psychologist and a mental health practitioner, this is a very, very large and a very, very disturbing situation. So we do hope, we really do hope that you will help us resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Sorry. Anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak to this item? No, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. That then represents public comment on this bill. Madam Clerk, take us to the next item, please.
The next item on the agenda is public hearings. The first one is 19A. It's consideration of a resolution. It's case number 2021-4377. It's the Caja del Oro Subdivision General Plan Amendment. This is James Sieber of James Sieber and Associates Incorporated, agent for the Pulte Group of New Mexico. Applicant requests approval of a general plan future land use map amendment to change the future land use classification for 16.21 acres of land located at 1905, 1950, 00, 1941 Caja del Oro Grant Road, and 4, 5, and 7 Hernandez Lane from very low density residential, which is 1, 2, 3 dwelling units per acre, to medium density residential, which is 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre, and community commercial to medium density residential, 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre. Heather Lamboy, our Assistant Land Use Director, is available for this item.
Thank you. Let me walk through the process tonight. We'll start if there's any member of the governing body who wants to disclose that there have been ex parte communications and that they feel they need to recuse themselves, or they simply want to acknowledge those contacts. That will take place first. Then we'll begin with the staff report, opening statement from the applicant, sworn witness testimony. Public comment follows that. Questions of staff by the governing body. Then we'll close the public hearing, and there'll be a motion on the floor, discussion, and then a vote. So for what it's worth, if anybody wants to disclose among the members of the governing body any ex parte communications, yeah. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. I don't believe this came to the Planning Commission while I was on there, just reading, and you may know or you may not, but I didn't see myself in. It didn't come prior to January's meeting, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, that is correct.
Okay, because the following case, I think I was on that, so.
Okay. You're good on this?
Good for this one.
Thank you. Good to hear. Anyone else? Councilor Ward?
A separate matter when you're done with this one.
Okay, I think there's no other comments about ex parte questions, and you have a separate matter, Madam Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted the city attorney's office to address the nature of our role here, as I always do at the beginning of these.
Mayor, Councilor, it looks like Pat is available. No, I think this is good.
Councilor Romero, Mayor and members of council. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, as is the next case, the next land use case tonight. They are both quasi-judicial, which means that instead of being legislators and creating policy, you are acting as judges, and you are applying the facts presented to you in this case to the laws that currently exist.
Good. Thank you. So let's begin then with the staff report. If we can keep that within 10 minutes of presentation, that'd be great. And you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of the council. I will be succinct. I really enjoy being succinct. So what I'm presenting to you tonight is the Caja de Oro. The first case is Caja de Oro, but there is also some additional cases that are related to the same applicant team. So you'll be seeing some threads, common threads between the two presentations. The picture on the slide here is the illustration of the product type that's being proposed for all of these developments, which can already or currently be found in Las Saleras already. The request for Caja de Oro is 2 general plan amendments to change the general plan categories from very low density residential and community commercial to medium density residential. And there's a rezoning request as well, or 2. One is to rezone from residential 1 dwelling unit per acre to residential 10 dwelling units per acre, and then also commercial to residential 10 dwelling units per acre. You can see, with reference to the future land use map, highlighted in sort of light green and not an isosceles triangle, is the site, which is located on both sides of Caja del Oro Grant Road, near the intersection of the Veterans Highway and South Meadows Road. You can see that there's a planned commercial node on the site, or on the site as well as to the south. And, you know, the general plan category is there for a reason, in that there is a need for community commercial in our emerging neighborhoods. And so since this has high visibility, it's located next to primary roadways and transportation corridors, the concept of the general plan, or the aim of the general plan map for community commercial in that area, is to identify future commercial opportunities. But also in the region or in the general area, there's also residential development, multifamily residential, as well as there are some institutional uses nearby for school. So the applicant is requesting to rezone to 10 dwelling units per acre, R10, and the reason that the applicant has chosen this zone district is because of the fact that in the R10 zone district, you can have development plan-led design. So the design is such that setbacks are determined by the development plan itself. They're not rigid setbacks as you would find in the code, like 5 feet on the side property line, 20 feet on the front property line. And why would the applicant want to do this? Well, because the product types that the applicant is proposing has some unique characteristics that maybe weren't anticipated in our zoning code when it was authored many, many years ago. So just to be able to have some flexibility in allowing for innovative site design and to provide for well-designed projects, as well as additional density that wasn't contemplated there previously, that R10 zone district is going to be strongly tied to a development plan. Just so that the council knows, at the Planning Commission hearing, a development plan as well as a subdivision plat was proposed. The Planning Commission conditionally approved both of those on the condition that the governing body finds that the criteria are met and approve the general plan amendments as well as the rezoning. So with reference to the Planning Commission discussion and finding, here on the illustration you'll find their concept plan that was presented, and you can see that they're paired homes and have community minis at the center. The nice thing about this design is that the home's fronts will face the street, so there will be good frontage on Alameda, the Alameda Road frontage, as well as Caja de Oro Grant Road. The discussion of the hearing included that discussion I was just telling you about in terms of the setbacks and the height of the structures. In residential 6 zoning category, which is the less dense zoning category, the maximum height is 14 feet. These homes are planned to be 2 stories, and so that would not fit into that zoning category, and that is why the applicant is requesting the rezoning. Furthermore, there's discussion about parking for residents and guests. Certainly the Alameda frontage road is not friendly to parking, on-street parking, so there have been parking areas designated within the plan, as well as on Caja de Oro Road. There, I think, are some parking opportunities, but once again, that is a major corridor, and so that's why the additional parking you can see at the center of the site plan has been provided. There were concerns about school capacity, to the ability of the schools to serve future students, and there has been correspondence from the school district confirming that there is capacity to serve future students for this development. And then also there were comments related to parks as well as bike lanes. The Agua Fria Traditional Village was part of the dialogue and review and provided many comments, and so there were concerns about their parks serving this population, and there are confirmation of regional parks in the area, that, as well as some on-site amenities that will help to address that concern. Also, the applicant has made strong connections to the regional bike trails, and bike lanes will be provided on that portion of Caja de Oro Grant Road that fronts the property, and hopefully will provide a catalyst to additional properties providing those bike lanes. And just as a note, the traditional village, Agua Fria Village, density is higher than what is being proposed here. So that was one of the talking points at the Planning Commission hearing. So the decision of the Planning Commission was to recommend to the governing body the general plan amendments for the 2 different categories to residential 10. They recommended the governing body approve that, as well as the rezoning to R10. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll get to the question part a little bit later.
Certainly.
Thank you. Let's hear now from the applicant, owner, or representative with an opening statement, sworn witness testimony of up to 15 minutes if you can.
Mayor, councilors, my name is James Siebert. My address is 915 Mercer Street. While Nathan's setting up the audio visual, we do the swearing in.
Okay, perfect. If you can state your full name and your address, you don't have to state the number anymore. You can just state the city, which you kind of already did. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Do my best not to be repetitive on Heather's presentation, because a lot of it is, as she mentioned, is what was actually going to be in this presentation here. So to give you an idea how this sits relative to the surrounding vicinity, that on the west side is 599 and the front Alameda frontage road. To the south is property that's owned by the owner of this particular property here. And then to the east is principally
property that's either owned by the Catholic Church, which is a cemetery, or it's the county itself, with the county fire station, the health clinic, the community center, and then the county park as well. The let me bring it up. Can I bring it up? Oops. So there's various lot line adjustments that are going to have to occur, and this is what describes what those lot line adjustments are. This property was assembled by the current owner, and so there will be various lot lines that are kind of lightly noted here on the plan, which will be removed. But this action, the consolidation plat, is something that's handled administratively. But it did, what I wanted to point out, that Carlos Garcia, the owner, spent a great deal of time assembling these various ownerships, and there are several of them. It took a lot of patience and effort on his part to do that. I think one of the issues, and this relates to some degree, whoops, I shouldn't touch anything here, is that there are on South Meadows Road, there's the equivalent of either around 500 apartment units that are either under construction, completed, or will be under construction in the future. So there will be a need for neighborhood shopping in that particular area. And this does not preclude that, the action that you're looking at today. There's a remaining 20.5 acres that, at least I've been informed by the representative of Carlos Garcia, that that will remain for neighborhood shopping purposes. So to reiterate what's your action tonight, it's the general plan amendment, which the Planning Commission has recommended unanimously in favor of. The rezoning action from C2 to R10 and from R1 to R10, which the Planning Commission has recommended in favor of. And it just, so you understand, is that the Planning Commission did act on the preliminary plat and the preliminary development plan in terms of the details of that plan. And one thing that kind of maybe jump ahead a little to VSD Las Solares Unit 3, that an issue came up on Unit 3 that they did not recommend in favor of the action that we had requested. And it was on the basis of quality of life. The difficulty of that is we didn't really have the opportunity to enter into a...
I really don't think you should jump ahead to a different case at this
Okay, we'll get to that when we get to
I think we need to stick with the item on the agenda.
So, once again, this is the requested zoning, R1 to R10 and C2 to R10 on both sides of Cataloro Road. And just to give you an idea of a comparison, how does C2 compare to R10? First of all, in terms of the uses, it's a variety of commercial and retail and apartments, and right now it seems that a lot of C2 is actually going to apartments. And then R10 is single family and multifamily, attached and detached. Residential density, it can vary between 20 to 28 DU per acre, which would allow on this property 320 units, and that would be at the low range, 20 units per acre. This particular one, we're proposing actually on the plan itself, on the development plan, we're proposing 80 units. Lot coverage is 60% for C2, 40% in this particular case, since no lot is less than 4,000 square feet. Maximum height for C2 is 45 feet. Maximum height for R10 is 24 feet. The traffic generation for 320 units, AM peak is 96 compared to the 80 units is 45. PM peak is 141 for C2 for the 320 units, and PM for the 80 units is 45. Open space is 250 square feet on the ground floor only. And then for the 80 residential units, it would be having to meet the neighborhood park requirement. So this is the development plan that was submitted to the Planning Commission, and just to give you the scope of it is there are two different areas that are major open space. One is a ponding area, which will include benches, and then to the south is a children's playground, and then various open space areas are scattered throughout the project as well. We'll talk a little more about what the colored lines represent on another slide here. One of the issues that came up, I don't know how to differentiate between the two projects at this point, came up at the meeting was they didn't like how the pedestrian access took place, both from the street to the house and from the dwelling unit to the various paths and trails that are within the project itself. And then side yard became an issue, which we discovered. And we had previously proposed a 5-foot side yard setback, which is allowed by the R10 zoning. The Planning Commission felt that was insufficient. They thought we really needed greater distance and then a greater spacing between the actual dwelling units themselves. So we increased the side yard to 10 feet on either side. So now the separation between the dwelling units is 20 feet instead of 10 feet. And the other thing it allowed us to do in the top here, on the side that has the cross-section of the walkway, that allowed us to do, and we had given the Planning Commission two options. One was a wall in the middle, and then two walls where they had a shared walkway between the two units, and they preferred to share the two walls with a shared walkway. I think their desire is that they like the ability to have more of immediate access to the trail system, and this they felt accomplished it in the best manner. There is one other thing. On Alameda, the MPO in this process had requested that we work with them on getting a city trail along Alameda. And their trail needs to be 8 feet wide, and we're certainly willing to do that. We would like to go to the DOT and request that 3 feet of that be placed on the DOT property. And the reason for that is we're trying to maintain a 5-foot landscape buffer. And I'll explain a little later why that's the case. So this is the overall trail system. The line in blue is what the MPO is requesting for a city trail system. The yellow solid lines are actually public walkways that will be constructed. The roads are, all the interior roads are going to be public roadways. And Kahalo'oro as well will have, which does not have sidewalks now, that roadway through this section will be rebuilt with public sideways as well. And then the yellow lines are the ones I was discussing that shows how that pedestrian access works, that it's meant to increase the ability to go directly onto the trail and allow for a better pedestrian access for guests coming to the dwellings. This is the landscape plan, and I was talking about trying to maintain that 5-foot buffer, and the advantage of having that 5-foot buffer is that we can plant trees. If you go down to a 2-foot buffer, then we're looking at shrubs. And the idea is that two things. We like to kind of soften the look of the project from the exterior of the project itself, and then along a lot of the trails and walkways and city walkways, we would have trees in order to provide shade. So with that, I'll just simply answer any questions you may have on the project.
Thank you. We'll get to the questions in a minute. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, we're open to sworn public comment. If anyone wants to testify on this matter, come forward and be sworn, and we'll give you 2 minutes to speak either with or in opposition. Please step up to the podium. Or if you're on Zoom. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, we don't have anybody on Zoom.
We don't have anybody on Zoom. Do we have anybody in the room who wants to speak? Okay. In that case, I will open it up to the governing body to ask questions or dig into any of the presentation made either by staff or by the applicant or the applicant's representative. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everybody, for the presentations. Just wanted to confirm, Mr. Siebert, I believe you said that the remaining property that is not being requested as a rezone, they are looking at commercial uses in that area, correct?
That is correct. It's approximately 20 and a half acres that remains Zone C2, where the intent of the developer, as I understand, is to provide neighborhood shopping facilities.
Okay. Thank you. I do appreciate hearing that. I know it is not the property that we are currently looking at, but one of my concerns was the loss of commercial property in this area. Given that this general part of town is really being developed quite quickly with a lot of apartment complexes, a lot of residential, and how we are making sure that we are looking at the entire neighborhood as opposed to just dwelling units is really important to me. So thank you for that clarification.
And just to add one other thing, the neighborhood shopping facilities are traditionally constructed on around 20 acres.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Also, if we can go back to the detailing the parking, I was hoping to get just a bit more of that understanding, as I know that that was a concern. And there was a mention that parking had also been added. If you can just show me again where those were occurring, that'd be wonderful.
So one of the other issues that the Planning Commission was concerned about was party parking. And actually, at this kind of density, there is a requirement that whether it's not a requirement, it's not mandatory, it's up to the Planning Commission, that there's 1/2 parking space per unit for party parking. And what we've done between the parking spaces that are going to be on the street or the parking spaces that are provided around the two areas, one is the pond park and the other is the children's park, it's almost 1-to-1. So we have well exceeded the recommendation in the city code.
Okay, thank you. That zoom in really helps. I can actually see the little, the space lines. I
You wanted
appreciate that.
2 more?
No, that's perfect. So I know there has been some concern in some other developments about families with 4 cars. So 2 adults, 2 teenage kids, you get a lot of cars. And so how many parking units per dwelling unit? I'm sorry, were you saying there are?
Well, in the garage, and the covenants require that the garage be maintained as a garage. There's always, it's a 2-car garage, and then in front of the garage, there's parking for 2 more automobiles, and then on the on-street parking and the parking that you see here on the plan, there would be another parking space per unit.
Okay, great.
So that's 5.
Perfect. Thank you. And I just had one more clarification. Oh, well, this isn't as much of a clarification. So one of the things that when I was looking at the original zoning of C2, I imagined that having commercial as opposed to residential, again, some of these higher use, faster, 599 is essentially a freeway. And the concern, we just had this conversation about noise concerns from cars, even just driving. I know in larger cities there is discussion around how housing close to freeways can have negative impacts on health. And that is something that when I'm looking at the map here, that does concern me. I think, making sure that 5-foot buffer for trees is important. But I would be curious if that was considered at all, if you've been looking into it at all, especially knowing how much other development is happening in this area. And I know there was a traffic impact assessment for this specific project. I don't know if that took into consideration the additive effect of all the different projects that are coming in. Was that, when they looked at that, were they already looking at what else is in the pipeline and what this would be adding to it? Or not. So anything that you could provide with more information regarding those 2 items of health of being so close to such a major road, as well as looking at the additive impact for traffic, given how much development is happening in this area.
So, Mayor, Councilor Cassett, if you take a look at this, it's up, the property boundaries is against Alameda. The traffic on Alameda obviously is not the same volume of traffic on 599. And what you have is from the travel lane of 599, you have a considerable distance to the actual dwelling unit. And the greater the distance, the more diminution in noise that you have. There's 2 things happening. There will be a 5-foot wall along Alameda. And then the trees that I spoke of, assuming we can maintain that 5-foot landscape buffer, the trees will help absorb some of that noise as well. But, certainly, there's been criticism of the kind of volume of noise that are created by people with cars that have special mufflers or whatever. I don't think there's anything we're still going to have to put up with that kind of thing unless other measures can be taken.
Well, I'm more just looking at general traffic noise. You know, a lot of cities, when they're looking at that, they're looking not specifically at abnormal traffic noise, but just kind of the general impact of living close to high-traffic areas.
The answer is, Councilor Cassett, that we did not take noise readings there, and they're not required, but it is a prime location in terms of residential development. It has utilities, and it is a unique parcel of land for that particular area that the city annexed several years ago.
Thank you. And then the clarification on the traffic impact assessment and at what point in time it was done, and what was it taking into consideration the other projects that had been approved in the area, and how the volumes of this project would add to the expected volumes of what was also already in the pipeline?
Councilor Cassett, I have Sheldon Greer is here, who is the civil engineer on the project, and I'm going to, if you don't mind, I will have him step in and talk about the traffic studies that were done. He did not personally do them, but he is probably best skilled to talk about the studies.
Madam Clerk?
All right. Sorry, I lost my little slide. Sorry, give me 1 second. I had just reworked the slide now that you don't do the address, so I apologize.
right.
Can you say I and state your full name?
Sure. I, Sheldon Greer.
Okay, residing in, and then note your city, state, and zip code.
I'm residing in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87114.
Okay, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here tonight. I've yet to present in front of this board. Plan to present it in front of many groups, but not this one. As mentioned, I'm not the traffic engineer. We do have another traffic specialist who was not able to be here tonight. He may be online if I need bailing out. The general answer to your question is that, the requirements were met. We do analyze our own traffic contribution to the road network. With regard to other developments that are occurring, the traffic study requires a future projection of growth. So there's a general growth factor built into the traffic study for the horizon year, it's called. So those adjacent developments, while they specifically are not included, growth in the area is included in the traffic study.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the answer.
Certainly.
And I don't believe I have any further questions at this time. I'll go ahead and yield the floor for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, team, for your presentation and for staff for working on this. It seems like it was a long time working on this. I think the only questions are just clarification on some of the things that were said in the packet material. Let's see, there's so many attachments, but page 16 in one of our exhibit, I think it's in exhibit 3, maybe, it talks about it is indeterminate if Caja del Oro Grant Road is owned and maintained by the city or county. So I think that's kind of a big deal, especially as it moves forward, how that will get resolved. So has any other information been presented since the last time this was heard? And what does that mean for that road, and how we're going to be figuring out the jurisdiction of that?
Well, I can tell you the current status of it, that the county agrees that it is a city roadway. And there's...
I'm sorry, could you say that again? The county agrees that it's a city roadway?
That Caja del Oro is a city roadway.
We thank the county for agreeing to that.
The problem being that there was supposed to be a transfer of title of some kind of transfer of ownership, which in fact never took place. And my understanding, I think Councilor Linnell is working on a committee that's dealing with some, not just that, but other issues that weren't resolved as a result of the city-initiated annexation.
I'm curious if staff has an opinion about that, because I think it actually matters, especially because this road splits the development, and it will be the main access point for both sides. And so I'm just curious why that hasn't been determined, and what does that do for the development approval?
Mayor Weber, can I just ask a clarifying question? Yeah. It might resolve this. Is the road bordering an annexed area? No? Okay. And I'm not sure why it's related to the conversation we're having about annexation.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that was in the report. It should have been annexed along with all of the other property when it was annexed. The rules for roads is that if one side of the road is annexed, the entire road goes with it into the city. So I don't believe there's any way that this would still be county road.
So, Mayor Weber, councilors, there is the issue of making very clear that what Pat just described has occurred, and we do want to ensure that's the case. Some of the maps were not clear on that point when the original annexation took place, but there is a state statute that requires that the annexing party, the city, assumes ownership of the roads that are within the annexation and abutting the annexation. So if this falls into one of those categories, then it should be city jurisdiction.
So I think that was, I want to say that was part of the staff packet info that made that statement.
Could you cite where it is again?
Page 16
of 22
of our Exhibit 3, the governing body, Exhibit 3. There's so many pages of that. Okay, I think it's
It looks like it's part of the Planning Commission staff report.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
But, yeah, that was not
doesn't
something I noticed in there. It's page...
It's page 15 of
labeled as
22 of the case, but in our packet material, it's page 16 at the bottom under access and traffic.
Of the staff report?
Of the staff report to the Planning Commission, so it's in Exhibit 3 on the PrimeGov. Thank you.
So are you, based on what you said, is that not an issue anymore then? We know the ownership and maintenance?
It should be entirely city property, and if it were not, that would be very strange, and we could request it back from the county. I have no reason to believe it's not city property, and it should have been annexed along with everything else. They might just not have updated the maps, as the city attorney said.
Who hasn't updated on the maps? Us?
Us, yes. It would be a city issue.
Councilor Rivera, you have
On that
a point?
point, we annexed many roads that previously belonged to the county, but part of the agreement was that the Public Works Department would have to accept those roads, and this could be one of those annexed roads that didn't meet city standards and wasn't.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I understand from the Public Works Department that we've now accepted all the roads on the list.
I don't think that's correct, but.
Counselor, if I may, even if we did not accept the road as a city road, it would still be a private road that would be owned by the owner. I don't believe that would remain a county road.
Thank you. So,
Owned by what owner?
The owner of the surrounding property. As a
Mr.
private road.
Garcia would own part of Caja del Oro Road? I don't think so.
There are some private roads in Santa Fe that have not been accepted by the city.
I'm wondering if you all have any insight, because you do work with the county. Some of you were former county employees. So I'm just trying to recall. It's been a while, but I just think we need to clarify that, because that could cause some other problems into the future.
Let me introduce you to Nathan Manzanares, our latest member of the firm here. And he was with the county planning for 8 years, so let him discuss.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor, Weber, councilors, I have communication from Public Works here saying that all the roads were inspected and accepted by the city. This was several months ago.
We still have a witness who needs to be sworn, however.
Yeah, I just wanted to give our city attorney that opportunity. Can you state your full name and then the city, state, and zip code in which you reside?
Yes, Nathan Manzanares, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Okay, and do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thanks, Nate.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, governing body. So the short answer is we're going to build the portion of Caja del Oro that's within our Development 2 city standards, and then at that point it can easily be taken over and maintained by the city. That's usually par of course with new developments, and we would follow that. So.
Okay, well, that helps, and then it doesn't help the rest of the road, but, yeah, I think that we've seen that happen where parts of the development improve roads, and then the rest of it doesn't get fixed, so. But so you're just talking about where the development is located, that section?
That's correct. We will be willing to upgrade that portion to city standard and then have that portion maintained by the city.
All right, well, the next question I have had to do with, since you provided the covenants, and so there are affordable homes in this development, and so my question is, and this has been a problem in the past, and I'm curious if you have a solution for this, but essentially HOA fees, they apply to everybody that lives there, but affordable housing residents have a different structure. And I didn't see that in any of the covenants. So I was curious if, and I actually thought this would be for city, because I think city staff reviews this as well. If there's anything in the covenants that clarifies that homeowners that are in the affordable units, that they're supposed to, I don't know the right word for it, there's a different calculation for them as to what they're required to either pay for, whether it's through the maintenance costs. So I don't know if either staff or the client can clarify this for me.
Mayor, Councilmember Villarreal, can we check to see if Alexandra is on Zoom?
She is on Zoom.
I'd like to defer to her.
Great,
All
thank
right,
you.
Alex, I'm going to promote you.
And Ms. Ladd knows why I bring this up. We had some other issues come up with other developments, and I just want to make sure that the covenants cover this particular piece. Thanks.
Here we go.
Thanks, Ms. Ladd, for being with us.
Did you get the question?
Yes, I did get the question. Typically, what our ordinance requires is that if the HOA fees are in excess of $75 a month, then the home sales price has to be adjusted accordingly so that the affordable payment for the month, so that's the mortgage payment plus the HOA, are still considered affordable for the home buyer. We've had a couple of projects where the fees have covered costs that would normally be covered by a homeowner, and so we've made adjustments that way. But that's where the adjustment is comes into play, and different HOAs will set up different payment structures over time if they choose. We do not have that covered in ordinance, though.
Thank you, Ms. Ladd. And I'm just curious if you all have some provisions in the covenants that clarify that, because it's something that has come up for us, and I think it would be helpful if it's clarified in your covenant so that you don't come up with this issue that happens from time to time.
Well, maybe Alexander Ladd can correct me if I'm wrong, but actually it's not in the covenants that it's the issue. It's that there has to be a signed affordable housing agreement, and as Ms. Ladd stated, that's actually taken care of in the agreement. It's an agreement between the developer and the city, so it's enforceable by the city. Covenants are private.
Right, I understand that. So, Ms. Ladd, can you clarify the affordable housing agreement doesn't clarify that the residents in the affordable units have a different tiered payment?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, there is nothing in our code that requires that the affordable homeowners have a different payment. What's required in the code, and as was just stated, the sales price, which is dictated by the affordable housing agreement between the city and the developer, the sales price has to be adjusted if those monthly fees are going to be in excess of what's considered affordable.
Okay, and so it doesn't have to be reiterated in their covenants, even though I know we don't have jurisdiction over that, but is there something that needs to be stated in there to clarify that point, to clarify that adjustment?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, the sales price is clarified in the agreement. The payments to the HOA are private, so those are between the homeowners and the HOA. So that's not, the city does not have any jurisdiction over those payments, other than at the time of purchase, the home sales price has to be adjusted to make the payment affordable at the time of purchase.
I guess I'm bringing this up, Alex, because you know that there was a situation that happened that led to a lot of confusion through an HOA agreements, and people that were in the affordable units had another, I don't know. I think it's just confusing, and maybe we can try to figure that out, because I don't want this to happen again, and I don't know where it actually needs to be explicitly stated so people understand what their requirements are as homeowners in an HOA that are in affordable units. I guess you haven't had this situation happen, but we have, and so that's why I'm asking Alex about this, to clarify.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, we certainly have discussed this in the past and looked at different ways we could address it in the ordinance, which would then make us able to address it in the agreement. We've had HOAs who have not charged the affordable home buyers anything, but that's actually, I think, a little counterproductive, because then the homeowners feel like they don't have any rights to participate in the democratic process of the HOA. So we've had other HOAs who have adjusted the price voluntarily. I'm not sure, I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of the description of this project, but this is probably not the kind of project that has a lot of amenities. We've seen this problem in the more densely packed condo projects that have a lot of amenities, so that have fitness centers and community rooms and swimming pools and shared trails and a lot of things like that. And I don't know, it doesn't appear that this is that kind of project, which isn't to say we shouldn't try to address it. It's much more complicated than it seems at face value, but it's certainly on the list of things to look at the next time we amend the code.
Great, thank you for that. that distinction. I think that was helpful. And then I also always wonder, why are we even looking and approving the covenants when we don't have control over them? That's the other kind of weird thing. That's why I'm asking these questions, because we see the covenants and I'm like, well, it's not like we can change them, I'm assuming. But there was another piece of the covenants that I'm interested in, and I don't know if staff can clarify this. If there was restrictions in the covenants to place that prevent homes from becoming short-term rentals.
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Villarreal, with reference to short-term rentals, we have code criteria. The covenants themselves, as you recently said, that they're not enforceable by the city. So what we do rely on are those standards laid out in Chapter 14.
So given that fact, what are you all planning on doing? Are there any provisions you're thinking of in the covenants that would actually prevent short-term rentals? That these homes would become short-term rentals?
Neither of us have perfect memory on the covenants, but it is typical that you can't, the same as the city requirement, you can't lease or rent for anything less than 30 days. I mean, it's pretty typical in all covenants that we work on.
Okay. And then they could amend it if they wanted to, right, the HOA?
Yes.
Okay. I'll yield the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Others? Yeah, Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. On page, excuse me, 62, there's an email about the traffic impact analysis, and it refers to different other areas. In one section, it says Figure 3 talks about Appendix B, Appendix D, data in Table 6 that needs to match data in the appendix. Where is all this additional information?
Well, that was actually provided to the city. There is actually 2 rounds on the traffic study. We did the one that was submitted with, and then additional questions came up, and actually at the first meeting of the Planning Commission, and there was a supplement to the traffic study. And I think in your packet somewhere you'll find that Mr. Pacheco is kind of the handling traffic issues, the engineer handling traffic issues for the city, agrees that the traffic study as amended was acceptable.
All right, but it doesn't have, you didn't provide the data with the appendixes and the tables that's referred to in the email?
The Planning Commission did review that because they were very specific about it. That kind of information typically not submitted with a general plan amendment and rezoning.
All right, and then I thought I heard the gentleman say that the traffic, that there wouldn't be any impact, but when John Romero was here, he determined that South Meadows and Agua Fria was a failing intersection. And that's going to be addressed. However, it concerns me that currently there was no traffic issues that were noted.
Well, there were, in fact. There was an impact at the, is this thing cutting in and out on me, or no, is it okay? The traffic impact at Alameda and Cajo de Oro Road. And in fact, in order to address the lower level of service, the engineer recommended adding a right turn lane, and so we've set aside additional right-of-way, which allows for both a left, because it's a T intersection, both a left turn and a right turn. And what it did is, because you added a right turn, then cars weren't stacking up on the left-hand turns. So that brought the intersection into compliance with the city traffic standards. So yes, there was mitigation that was required, and it's part of the actual subdivision plat and subdivision development plan.
Did the traffic analysis look at current traffic patterns and current situations?
It does. They have to take counts, AM Peakum and 12 AM counts as well. And then to that, they have to add traffic. They have to add a percentage for an increase in traffic generation for over a 10-year period. And so you have what's called the background traffic, and then you have the adjusted traffic for future traffic that's going to occur at the end of a 10-year period.
Did the current analysis look at the two large apartment complexes that are being built, one adjacent to the school and the other one right across the street from it?
To the degree it did that, I'm not sure. We don't, unfortunately, I don't have the traffic engineer here, but what would happen, the apartment projects, I guess we could go back to aerial photo, but I'll just give you an overview. South Meadows, those apartment projects are on South Meadows. So the most likely path would be to the north, and that goes directly into the roundabout, the connection to 599. There's probably going to be very little traffic that goes in on Alameda.
Did it look at the impact of traffic going back towards the school and towards Agua Fria, South Meadows area?
To my knowledge, and Sheldon can correct me, they did not take traffic counts at Agua Fria and Caja de Oro. They did project traffic going towards Agua Fria, and that was the increase in traffic on that side was fairly minimal.
Traffic is still a concern for me. Can you remind me why there's going to be a HOA in this subdivision? I thought I heard you say it before, but
there will be. There's trails that have to be maintained by the HOA, and then there's various open space areas, and then the two parks that I referenced. All those are under the ownership of the HOA.
So the main road, Caja del Oro, which is part of this project, won't be part of what the HOA takes care of. So if vehicles park on...
It will be improved to county standards with the additional lane that I mentioned at Alameda, but once it's constructed, it will have to be approved and accepted by the city of Santa Fe.
All right, so it'll have to be built to city standards.
Correct.
So if that's a city road and it's maintained by the city, then the HOA would have no jurisdiction or none of those rules would apply to the main street. Sidewalks, weeds, parking.
Once the city accepts it, then all those facilities are the responsibility of the city.
Okay. All right, and a part of this community, since it's going to be an HOA and private, you're not planning any gates or fences to keep non-residents out?
No.
All right. And I don't know if you know this or not, but in the HOA documents, does it say that the city's not responsible for maintaining the parks or those areas that the HOA is responsible for?
Actually, what happens is every one of those parcels that are maintained by the HOA on the plat are identified, and then that identification actually is carried over into the covenants and the HOA documents. that those parcels that are identified on subdivision map A or whatever it is, they are maintained by the HOA.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Romero Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. On page, it's R18 of 285, it's your page 17 of 22, talks about water. And I'm just curious, you talked about trees. When the city does their water budget, is that just for inside? Or do they look at your outside landscaping, since you have quite a few trees in this development?
Actually, water budgets consist, they have to include the landscaping.
Okay.
And it's over a 3-year period. The first year is higher than the second year, second and third year. And all that's prepared by the landscape architect and is included in the water budget. And then on top of that, they have a 0.98%, 0.98% factor that's for line loss. And the landscape, that goes on top of the landscape as well as the domestic.
Okay, so that's included. And then underwater, it says, the last sentence, the 12-inch line will be available to serve the county properties along Caja de Oro Grant Road mentioned in the report that are currently served by on-site wells. So I'm a little confused. County properties that are in the city or county properties that are outside the city limits being served by this new 12-inch city water line?
Councilor Romero Worth, when the city annexed this land, they also annexed all the county land. So it's the land's owned by the county, but is now within the city limits.
Okay. So it's just the way this is worded. I mean, they're not, they're county properties because we're sitting right here in the city, which is also part of the county.
Yes, right.
So that's kind of the same thing here. These are county properties that are within the city limits.
Correct.
Okay. Because the sentence is odd.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how that works. I assume they don't pay taxes, but.
Well, yeah. All right. Just flagging that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I see your hand up, Councilor
Thank you, Mayor. Just
Villarreal.
one other follow-up. Did you all decide you were doing a roundabout? I know there was conversation, no roundabout, but there was a conversation about that, right? And was that on Caja del Oro that there was conversation about a roundabout?
That's absolutely correct. The MPO had raised that issue, and, why didn't you include a roundabout? Well, the traffic engineer felt that the proximity of that roundabout, which is in the middle of this project, close to the intersection of Alameda and Caja.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking about the roundabout potentially being at the Alameda frontage, that would be the roundabout, but that's not whether.
That's what they had proposed.
And was that a thought to put a roundabout there, or is that too, I don't know. I just don't know where the appropriate places are for roundabouts. I think it's a lower level roadway.
The consulting traffic engineer felt that a roundabout simply was not warranted, and the city review agreed with that assessment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a follow-up from Councilor Cassett and Councilor Lindell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So going back a little bit to landscaping, I know that when you're looking at the DRT notes, it talks about replacing the Shade Master honey locust trees. And this might be a question for staff, I'm not sure, but we do have the Tree Smart Santa Fe program, and I know that this whole area is really an opportunity for, as we say, planting the right tree in the right place. And I'm curious how these two projects, or the Tree Smart Santa Fe, interacts with approval of development and land use. It doesn't? It doesn't?
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, at this point, I'm not certain that it does. We do have water-wise landscaping standards in the code, and I'm sure we'll be improving that with the update of the code. So it'll be nice to get that policy direction.
Okay. I guess this is just then maybe a suggestion. Is it, can I suggest to the applicants that, you know, as we're really looking at what trees are doing well in different parts of the city, and we're looking at the balance of trees within our community. And so knowing that you have these developments going where there's this blank slate and this ability to really think about what trees there is this resource of the city, and I would really encourage you to interact with it for the moment before we make it a necessity that developers interact with it. So, and then my other question is the pictures that were shown, is that a prototype of the architectural design of what is being proposed here? Okay.
Councilor Cassett, yes, it is. But that's just one model. There are a whole series of models, and what they try to do is they have a monotony standard, I guess it's called, so that they break up the facade of the dwelling over a certain number of dwellings. So that's just one model's facade. Yeah.
Okay. You know, some of my concerns that I've been having with some of the developments that have been occurring, especially over on the south side, Districts 3 and 4, are architectural designs that don't really give us the sense of place of being in Santa Fe. And so these, I actually, you know, felt that there was more continuity with what Santa Fe style is, and I'm not necessarily saying, you know, sometimes you say that and people think, oh, we just have to do Pueblo revival. No, please don't do that everywhere. But and Heather, this might be a question for you again about where our leverage is as a governing body. I know there's been some discussion, I've had some discussions with you about this, of really thinking how we, as we're approving some of these developments, where the governing body's ability is to say, we want to create a sense of place on the south side. That's a lot of the concerns I hear from, and that I have regarding our ability to mold our city. So, and again, you know, being in this different role here, I'm just not sure where our boundaries are and what our capabilities are in this sense.
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, with reference to the architectural standards, those are typically applied either at the staff level for individual buildings or at the Planning Commission level when there's a review of a land development or a development plan. And so, unfortunately, the governing body doesn't see those too often, except in the case of an appeal, potentially, of a development plan. So the tools that the governing body might use is potentially looking at the zoning code update and seeing how we can be improving those architectural points, and maybe solidifying things a little more to identify what recent Santa Fe style is, what sort of modern Santa Fe style, how that plays out, and you know, what things should be prohibited and expressly prohibited per code that aren't consistent with Santa Fe style.
Right, so either prohibited or we increase points. Okay, thank you so much. This, again, so excited about all of the zoning code and general plan updates that are coming our way. I will yield the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, on that point, can I ask about, I guess I just want to be clear, we're voting on the general plan amendment and the rezoning, and then are we going to be, will it come back when the Planning Commission, I think they're going to hear the preliminary development plan and the subdivision plat piece later? Can you tell us more about that? I thought that was coming, that was another piece later.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Guerra, the issue is in front of you tonight is the rezoning and the general plan amendment. Multiple motions to make. The preliminary development plan was approved by the Planning Commission contingent on approval of these amendments, you know, the rezoning and the general plan amendments by the governing body. And then the final follow-up piece will be the final development plan as well as the final plat.
Okay, so we're not going to see any other piece. This was contingent. I guess because they denied it, I thought that that was another process that will have to come to us again. But
Mayor, council member, that actually is related to Las Solares in the next case. That one was recommended for denial by the.
Right, but I guess I thought that there was a piece, maybe I'm mixing up the two because there's a lot of similarities. Okay, but, so you're saying the planning commission voted in favor of the general plan amendment and rezoning, and then it's contingent, the preliminary development plan and the subdivision plat is contingent on our vote for the general plan amendment and rezoning tonight?
Mayor, council member Vieira, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Lamboy, if you would stay at the mic. I just want to throw in that I think I sat on the Planning Commission when you started your first employment here back in the early to mid-2000s. Is that right?
Mayor, council members, Lindell, actually, I'm ancient history. My first job out of graduate school was in the late 90s, so it was my first run. But the second run, yes, you were on the Planning Commission and always had something great to offer.
Well, we're thrilled to have you back, so welcome.
Thank you.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. This case was brought to the Planning Commission with, and this is both case 4377 and 4378. They were both brought to the Planning Commission with a recommendation from staff for approval. Is that correct?
Mayor, councilmember Lindell, that is correct.
So I would have to think that with the recommendation for approval, staff had gone through this entire plan and believed that it did meet the code.
Mayor, councilmember Lindell, that is correct.
Thank you. And in terms of design and such, is there a design overlay for this property?
Mayor, councilmember Lindell, there is no special design overlay. It's just the general Chapter 14 standards.
I just wanted to clarify that. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Others? If there are no other questions from the governing body, at this time, I will close the public hearing. If you have further questions that you want to ask, we'll have to reopen it. So with that in mind, I would now entertain a motion on whether to grant or deny the application and look for a second, and then we can debate it. Councilor Lindell.
On case 2021-4377, I move to approve the request to amend the general plan future land use classification from very low density residential to medium density residential and community commercial to medium density residential located at 1905, 1950, 0, and 1941 Caja del Oro Grant Road and 4, 5, and 7 Hernandez Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that we can now discuss. I'll entertain comments at this time from anybody on the governing body about the motion on the floor. I will see nobody to recognize, so I will therefore ask for the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And now, I think we can take up item B.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we have another motion, I'm sorry. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. On case number 2021-4378, I move to approve the request to rezone from R6 to R10 for a property located at 1905, 1950, 0, and 1941 Caja del Oro Road, and 4, 5, and 7 Hernandez Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I believe you said from R6 to R10, it's rezoning from R1 to R10.
Our packet says R6 to R10.
It's, it is R1 to R10 and C2 to R10. I'm not sure the captions.
Yeah, the caption is different from the,
Mayor Weber, councilors,
You might be looking at Las Saleras, Council.
Yeah, look at,
no?
No? Okay.
is the caption correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
The caption's correct, the sample motion looks like it's incorrect, so it just looks like a typo in the sample motion, that it should be, the sample motion should say R1 to R10, but the,
Then we should be fine to go with the caption. Yep.
So duly noted that we're going with the motion that is reflective of the caption as advertised. There's a motion and there's a second on the floor. Is there discussion? If no discussion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera, Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk.
All right. Moving on to item 19C, which is consideration of a resolution for case number 2021-3814, the Villastoa Solaris Track 13 General Plan Amendment. This is James W. Siebert and Associates Incorporated Agent for Ross Peak Holding Limited Owner requests a general plan amendment to amend the existing general plan future land use classification for approximately 6.8 acres within the Los Solares Master Plan area from low-density residential 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre to medium-density residential 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre at 4601 Rail Runner Road. And this is presented by Heather Lamboy, our Assistant Land Use Director.
I'll just remind everybody that fundamentally the same process that applied to our prior case applies to this one, with anyone who needs to speak to issues of recusal. We'll do that first, then we'll go for the staff report, the testimony of the applicant or applicant representative, public sworn comment, governing body questions, close the public hearing, move to a motion, second, debate, and a vote. Councilor Garcia, you, sir, have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on the Planning Commission when we heard this the first time, so I think it would be wise to recuse myself, I believe, as I voted either for or against this at the Planning Commission level, so I think that would be correct.
Mayor Weber, councilor, that is entirely fine. Yep.
Thank you, Councilor, for identifying that. I'm grateful to you for doing it. Anyone else with a similar disclosure? If not, thank you, Councilor. We'll move on then to the staff report, hopefully a up to 10-minute presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Weber, members of the council. With reference to Villas de las Solares, it's a distinct case, although there are similarities. You might see that there's a photograph that looks just like the last presentation. And yes, the applicant is Pulte Homes, and so is their product, their Paired Home product, that is being proposed at Las Solares as well. Just a quick sort of administrative note. Since Councilmember Lee Garcia has left, I just would like to remind the council that a majority for the rezoning case, since it was recommended for denial by the Planning Commission, majority of the members present must vote in favor of the project in order to approve the project. So that's 5, I'm sorry? Majority of total members, thank you. And so that's 5 voting yes in this particular case. All right, so the...
And Mayor Weber, councilors, I see a few confused faces, so I was going to clarify. There's a statutory requirement for this, for municipalities doing rezonings. It's only for rezonings, that a majority of the whole, regardless how many members are present, need to approve a rezoning if the underlying recommendation was not to rezone.
That clear to everybody? Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. So what is the matter that's before you this evening with reference to Las Solares is threefold, and this, reference to the other project was slightly different. So the project, which is located in Las Solares, is controlled by the Las Solares Master Plan. So there will be requests for a master plan amendment, as well as rezoning, as well as general plan amendment. So the general plan amendment being sort of that 30,000-foot policy direction, the master plan amendment laying out the overall design guidelines and planning areas of the Las Solares development, and then the rezoning that actually deals with the entitlement that allows for somebody to develop at a certain density. The general plan amendment is being requested to change the general plan category from low-density residential to medium-density residential. You can see on this map that low-density residential abuts on the east of the project site that's outlined in blue, but across the street, Roadrunner Road, there is medium-density residential to the north. There is community commercial and also a park amenity that's provided as part of the Las Solares development. So while the project is higher density, it can be considered comparable or compatible. Those are sort of the 2 key words to adjacent development. So it is up to the governing body to determine whether this proposal will be comparable and compatible with the surrounding developments. So as stated previously, why do we rezone the site, and why do we select the R10 zone district? It really is that site plan driven design, so that setbacks and other things, development standards, can be determined by the development plan and not by sort of a rigid zoning standard, making accommodation for the paired homes that are being proposed. As you can see, sort of in the inset map, the zone districts are C2 along the corridor, the Cerrillos Road corridor, and then with reference to the R12 zone district, which is located across Roadrunner Road, that is currently under development with the townhomes. And then to the east is R3, and that's large lot development that's sort of left over from the county when this was a more rural area. To the east of those tracts is Nava Ade, and then to the south is more Las Solares. Those tracts are where R3 is immediately adjacent to the site, is not controlled by the Las Solares master plan. The master plan amendment, the master plan covers all of Las Solares, which includes things like Presbyterian Hospital, the residential development to the east, as well as other commercial uses abutting Cerrillos Road. There are community amenities as well in the master plan that are intended to serve this development. So the master plan currently calls this out as residential low density, and the need is to make it residential medium density. Originally, when the master plan was developed, the idea at that point was that this, as single-family residential at a lower density, would be a transition between the higher density residential to the west of Rail Runner Road and the sites to the east, which are large lot developments. But the devil is in the details, and if something is designed well, that extra density can not have negative impacts that could be considered generally with higher densities. So at the Planning Commission hearing, the finding was there was a lot of discussion about the site design and concerns. So the discussion included setbacks and distances between buildings and sort of the overall experience by the people that would be living there. Once again, availability of parking for residents and guests was an issue that was discussed. The private yard side, there were questions about, how much on-site open space or recreational space would be available to residents there. And then access to community meetings, amenities, since there are no on-site community amenities, open space other than the yards themselves. It was the recommendation of the Planning Commission to recommend denial to the governing body for the general plan amendment, the rezoning, as well as a master plan amendment on the basis of, not having met the criteria in the opinion of the Planning Commission. As to the quality of life standard and compatibility and so on. And also at that meeting, the Planning Commission denied the preliminary development plan and the preliminary subdivision plan. So in this particular case, if the governing body finds that those criteria are met and ultimately approves this project or these changes, then the project will have to have additional review, and the start for the preliminary development plan review will have to be considered before a final development plan. So there's additional steps here that did not apply in the previous cases that we just recently discussed. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll now turn to the applicant's representative for a opening statement, sworn witness testimony. Hopefully we can hear from you in 15 minutes or so, if that's appropriate.
I was previously sworn. Is that sufficient?
It's a different case.
I think it's a new case.
Office residence, 718, 915, this is Street. I do. Transition was painless here. Oh, spoke too soon.
Happened to our AV. There we go. Coming back. Thank you, sir.
So we'll just move along here. So this is a description. To the north is Governor Miles Road, and to the west is Rail Runner Road. Obviously, both of these roadways are complete, have been fully constructed. This is a description of the assessor's map and showing actually kind of the variety of activity that's taking place along Cerrillos Road. Is more commercial in nature, long strips that go all the way to and past the Arroyo Chamizo.
And then immediately to the west is units 1 and 2 of Villa de las Solares. And this has really always been considered an extension of units 1 and 2. The covenants will be the same, and the HOA documents will be the same for unit 3 as in units 1 and 2. Mrs. Lamboy talked about the zoning, and this is a description what the surrounding zoning is. You have community commercial or general commercial to the north and to the west along Cerrillos Road. Units 1 and 2 are actually zoned R12, 12 units per acre right now. This property is zoned R6, as stated in the report. And then R3 is, those properties are largely vacant. They do have one residential unit on each of those parcels to the east. We anticipate there will be redevelopment of those properties in the future. So these are the trails that were approved for the Las Solares development. And what exists today is the trail at the north side along Governor Miles Road, and then you can see it's going down south into the park. And then the majority of the trails into the park have been constructed as well. These are 10-foot wide city trails. There's also a 10-foot wide trail along Rail Runner Road on the west side of Rail Runner Road. The interconnections already taken place, for example, into Nava Day. Those trails have connected into Nava Day at this point. Nava Day actually has a fairly extensive trail system as well. The trail you see going north is actually the trail that the city intends to, it doesn't exist today. It's a city trail system the city's responsible for. And it will connect into the Arroyo Chamizo Trail. And then once that connection takes place, you'll actually be able to bicycle from this property or other properties in units 1 and 2 all the way into the downtown area. There is a bus stop, and that was approved, and that's along the north end along the Governor Miles Road. That's existing. It was a concrete pad that was put in by Pulte. And there is a actual bus line that goes down Governor Miles Road. So there is public transportation to this particular tract at this point. In terms of the park has 2 soccer fields that actually have been accepted by the city, and then a dog park and a children's park has recently been completed. And then on units 1 and 2, there's also a small neighborhood open space area with shelters and areas where people can grow their food. And that actually has been completed as well. Unit 3 will have access to those same facilities in units 1 and 2. So what's being considered tonight is the general plan amendment, the amendment to the Las Solares master plan, and the rezoning from R6 to R10. The general plan amendment is from low-density residential, 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre, to medium density, 7 to 12 dwellings per acre. The amendment to the master plan is to increase the density from 6 dwellings to 7 dwellings per acre. The rezoning from R6, 6 dwelling per acre, to R10, 10 dwelling per acre. And the rationale for this is that Pulte's product, as the previous case, is a duplex attached unit. R6 does not allow for that kind of design to take place. You have to get into the higher density zoning, R7, R8, R10, where the Planning Commission has authority to actually approve different design standards. And just as they did in units 1 and 2. And so what's proposed here is the exact same product that you saw on the previous case, and the exact same product that exists currently today in units 1 and 2. And I might point out that out of the 171 lots that were developed in units 1 and 2, all the homes have either been built, occupied, or under contract at this point. So Pulte is out of product at this point. When we had gone to the Planning Commission, we had submitted this as a 44 lot subdivision and development plan. What we're proposing tonight is to vary from that. We want to reduce it to 40 lots, and the reason being we want to be consistent with the direction that the Planning Commission gave to us on the Caja de Oro project. So the project now will have 10-foot side yards. It will have 20 feet between dwellings. It will have a common walkway between the units which connect anywhere that there is a trail or sidewalk will connect directly to that sidewalk. It also has a substantial number of off-lot parking in addition to the on-lot parking. Just to emphasize, and I'm incorrect in the statement, I said it still requires a final plat and plan, which it does, but in this case, because the plat and plan were not approved by the Planning Commission, as Mrs. Lamboy stated, we have to go back and start the process again with the Planning Commission, which is preliminary plat and preliminary plan. In this case, we think that we're going to receive a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission since we're acting on their directive that we received on Caja de Oro. So this is the...
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? I didn't hear him when he said 20 foot between buildings and you said 10 something. The first thing you said, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Did you go back to the redesign component?
Yeah, Councilor Romero-Worth, what's proposed on this plan and the plan that's in front of you is instead of 5-foot side yards that we had previously when the Planning Commission heard the first case, the first time around, there would be a 10-foot side yard.
And what is that word you're saying? Side yard.
Side yard.
Okay, sorry, it's all muffled. Thank you.
That's me speaking incoherently. And so now the distance between the dwellings on the lots, instead of being 10 feet between dwellings, it's now 20 feet. Okay.
Thank you.
And as mentioned, we will be using the same style in terms of the access between the units so that there's 2 walls and a common walkway. And then this is what this new 40-lot project would look like. The area in gray are public roadways. On Rail Runner Road, there's an existing city sidewalk. On Governor Miles, there's an existing city sidewalk. We have the units directly connecting to the city sidewalks in this particular case. There is an emergency access that we've worked out with the fire department in this particular case. And this was a challenge just because it was a parcel of land that was fairly narrow. The ideal situation is to have what's called alley-loaded units. In this particular case, we couldn't do that because if we had alleys on either side, we'd only be able to develop probably half the units that you see here. The one thing to keep in mind is that with the 40 units and the area of this particular tract, the density is now 5.8 dwellings per acre. So we're actually the same density as allowed by the underlying zoning R6. The difference being we have to go to a higher density because we don't have the development standards that allow us to do this kind of design. And just maybe aside, I think, we're dealing with a city code that the zoning component is probably 15, 20 years old by now. And I think it's about time that some revisions are needed to the code to reflect the kind of more modern approach to development that's currently taking place. So I think with that, that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. We also now have time for public comment. If there's anyone here who wants to testify, you need to be sworn and offer your commentary. Madam Clerk?
You can state your name, and then you can state the city, state, and zip code at which you reside.
Excuse me. My name is Dennis Dotson, and I reside at 4804 Rail Runner Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Okay, and do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, what I'd like to say, first of all, for folks that don't know, 4804 Rail Runner Road is where the low-income units are currently. And, well, you might want to know why I have a little skin in this game, and that is because the folks that live in these dwellings are people that are disabled, elderly, and poor. And these are folks that generally don't have a lot of political capital or a voice in these matters. In fact, I just found out about this hearing, and I don't know if, the type of discourse that I'm presenting here is appropriate for this, but what I have to say may be germane to some of your decisions. First of all, I'm concerned about some public health issues. I've been living in at Solaris Station for 3 years now. I was one of the first residents. I was awarded a unit because of my disability and veteran status. And since I've been there, I've noticed a decrease in air quality and traffic and just, what is left behind from the construction of we'll look at the whole project that is happening. Right across from my apartment, there's still trash from the last building that took place. And excuse me, I have a neurological disorder, so sometimes, I stutter and stuff. But anyway, what I like to say, personally, I never had sinus infections, but now I get sinus infections every few months. And in my apartment, I have to clean my floors every day because of the dust and the stuff that's in the air that just makes its way into my apartment. Now, I understand that people and developers need to earn a profit, but I would like to see things slow down a little bit. Maybe not a moratorium, but there are definitely a lot of issues here that are problematic. I rode my bicycle here, and on Rail Runner Road and Governor Miles Road, I almost got struck by an automobile, because a lot of the traffic and recent traffic, because traffic has increased, sees the roundabouts as being, places to race. And so anyway, this creates another concern. And my neighbors have expressed, similar concerns.
Sir, we're going to have to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay.
Not that you have to stop immediately, but if you've got a concluding thought or two, that'd be great.
Well, my concluding thought is, I think you need to slow it down, because, there are definitely health concerns or public health concerns, and, this is all inclusive of what I just said.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your coming. Madam Clerk, are there other people either on the Zoom room, or are there others here tonight in the audience who wish to testify?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 2 individuals on Zoom that would like to speak to this item.
Okay. You can bring them in and also be the timekeeper for us.
Yes. Did you want to designate 2 minutes?
I think roughly that. I think the last gentleman we didn't keep a clock, but he was moving along at a brisk rate.
Susan, Kimball, and then if you would like to be on Zoom with your video, please let me know and I can promote you to be a panelist.
Yes, actually, my name is Edmund Kibble. This is my wife's email address.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Would you like me to promote you so that
Absolutely,
your video's on
absolutely.
Zoom? Okay.
Thank you.
There we go. Now we can see you. Thank you.
Yes. So my name is Edmund Kibble, and I reside at 4610 Rail Runner Road.
Okay, and do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I absolutely do, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So I was at the meeting a year ago when the Planning Commission rejected Pulte's proposal. And when this came up again, that they're running, trying to get the mayor and the councilors to change it, I wonder what major changes they have done to really promote their new plan. Well, I was not able to get anything other than the fact that they were going to present it again to the city fathers. So I don't see anything in that plan that really makes it any better for people that live in Villas de las Solares. The density is very high here. I can show you some pictures which would give you some idea what they're doing in order to gain any additional inch or so. So when they talk about Unit 1, which is the unit that we live in, please tell me if you can see that.
Can you hold it up a little bit higher, please?
Yes, sir.
There you go, thank you.
Okay, so this is Unit 1, the front door. So between the walls of the houses. So you walk in to get into your house. So this particular one in Unit 1 is 9.5 feet. Okay, there's nothing to write home about, but it's 9.5 feet. In Unit 2, okay, this is what it is in Unit 2. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, this is 6 feet in Unit 2. I can't even imagine what it's going to be in Unit 3. Now, Unit 2, this is the parking between the garages. These are not full-size driveways. Where I live, they're half and half. I happen to have, never even dawned on me that I might not have a full driveway. But I do. I was lucky. I got a full one. The people that live opposite from me in this alleyway that you see, so this is Unit 2, I'm sorry. There are no full driveways. They're half the size, okay? This is how Pulte is planning to condense Unit 3. Now, we were not able to get any plans, a detailed plan. They wouldn't give it to us to study it, okay? They expect us to understand what they're doing and what they're presenting to you, but the little people, you don't have the right to see any of it. So I ask you, I urge you to reject their plan. It is absolutely horrendous getting 40 units in less than 7 acres. Think about it. 80 cars living in less than 7 acres. I urge you to reject their appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And you said there's another person in the Zoom room?
Yes. The next person is Ed and Connie Overly. Ed and Connie.
Hi, this is Connie Overly.
Hi, Connie. Do you want me to promote you so that your video is available on screen?
Yes, you can go and do that.
Okay, give me one moment. Just so everyone knows, this was a new request that came in, that if people could be on video, they would be, so.
There we are.
Thank you, Connie. And then if I could just get you to state your name and your address. You can just do the street name, city, state, and zip code.
Okay, so I'm Connie Overly. I'm at 4648 Rail Runner Road, and the zip is 87507.
Okay, and do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I have the same concerns as the last gentleman that spoke. It's in Las Solares, Villas de Las Solares. The density of those units are very tight, and the parking is becoming very very dense. Some garages do not have the square footage to support two cars. And many of the garages, they have to go ahead and park parallel alongside the garage because they can't fit a car. And we're talking a small car, not even a large car. If you have a truck, you're out of luck. They are now parking on the gravel part of the adjoining area from their houses. In addition to that, because we are so close to the park, we are the second unit from the park, we are now getting a lot of the traffic from the park who park alongside the border to the park in Las Soleras, which causes further congestion into that neighborhood. In fact, I don't think an emergency vehicle would be able to get by there if they needed to in the future, or now for that matter. But once those units that are closer to Cerritos Road are occupied, the traffic is going to increase tremendously. And that's not just for the units that we are in right now, but also in the proposed land units that are, I guess what's being called Unit 3. I don't see that there's any parking for guests in that area, and if garages are designed in the way.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we hit the 2-minute mark. But
Okay, right, fair enough.
I think we got your concerns identified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there others either in the Zoom room waiting or in this room waiting?
No, Mayor, that was the last individual. However, I believe staff has a clarification that they wanted to mention.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the cases before you today are the general plan amendment, the rezoning, and the master plan amendment. Those all deal with density, essentially. The revised development plan that Mr. Siebert was showing you is not something that you are voting on right now. And even if you approve these things today, it would not be binding. So that development plan is a suggestion of what could happen, but it does not mean that that is what would happen were you to approve these items.
Okay, thank you. Any other witnesses from the public? I'll turn now to the members of the governing body for questions of staff or the applicant or other witnesses. Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose this question is for the applicant. Is there a reason why you're not going back before the Planning Commission, given that you are proposing to change the development plan and just start from square one with them versus having us approve, then going back to them with potential approval for us again? I think the concerns were heard loud and clear from the folks who were providing their testimony earlier, that they had challenges with the plan, their potential plan that they saw. Given the testimony from our Assistant City Attorney, that's not to be considered. I think it's the appropriate process to allow for the community to provide input in regards to what the next steps are. And going back to the Planning Commission would allow for an E&N, allow for more publication, allow for individuals to participate in the process, and then it could come back before us. So I'm wondering why not go back to the Planning Commission?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it's a reasonable question, and we've given a great deal of thought to that. Part of it is there's a timeline that has been provided by the owner that Pulte needs to simply proceed forward. I think when we went to the Caja de Oro, went in front of the Planning Commission with Caja de Oro, that we felt like they had given us sufficient direction that we could prepare a plan when we went back to them with preliminary plat that would satisfy their concerns. Now, going back to them with preliminary plat is almost identical to what you're requesting. We do have to kind of with the Planning Commission, we have to begin the process all over. If we go back to the Planning Commission and then have to come back to the City Council, we're probably talking another 5 to 6, 7 months. In the interim, what could happen is the current owner of the property could say, well, we can't wait that long. So there was a sense of urgency that made us take the path that we did.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Siebert, but from my understanding or from the documentation, this was denied over a year ago. So I'm a little concerned now. There's the urgency, and whereas it could have been.
Well, that's where the urgency comes in. We'll have Kevin Patton. Kevin Patton is the representative for Pulte Homes here in New Mexico.
Sure.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry. You want to state your name and then your address. You don't have to put the number. You can just say the street, state, city and state if you want.
Kevin Patton. I'm the Director of Land Planning and Entitlements for Pulte Homes at 7601 Jefferson Street.
Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do. So, Mayor, Council members, thank you very much. Let me explain kind of a little bit, maybe to provide some color to this so you can have a better understanding why we're here before you tonight. And so, we've, on both these projects, we've had what we believe a financial impact and a significant delay. As you mentioned, this happened over a year ago. And so what we had was, we knew that we were going to come before the Planning Commission again with Caja del Oro, with the same project, basically almost an identical layout than what you see here at Villas. When we presented that, we heard a similar concern from the Planning Commission. Their comments were well received. Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity that we were given at Caja del Oro to edit this. If we would have had that opportunity at Villas, we probably could have worked this out just like we did at Caja, and this wouldn't have been an issue. Given that there was a recommendation of denial, and we had already made the application for Caja del Oro, we took that opportunity to revise and edit that plan in conjunction with the Planning Commission. I thought it was a great opportunity. I thought we worked well together. We came up with a plan that was a win-win. It was unanimous approval by the Planning Commission with what we came up with. Unfortunately, with that, there was still that delay. We were in February of this year, we were actually approved for the recommendation for approval for the zone amendment, the specific area plan. That didn't get heard, went from February to May. And then May's was actually then, the entire month of May was deferred until June. And then even June, we're here now, from June, that approval in June with those things didn't happen until we're here before you tonight. And so you can see just the long, the amount of time that it's taken just to get here for Caja. And what we wanted to do is make sure that both the Planning Commission and the governing body approved what we had done at Caja del Oro. It didn't seem like that we would go through that effort again on Villas de las Saleras that you see tonight unless Caja. So we took this project that we had worked hand in hand with the Planning Commission, came up with a great plan, unanimous decision again, also unanimous tonight with you all. And so we thought, well, if it's approved, if Caja's approved by both the Planning Commission and the governing body, and we incorporate these same, we know that we have to go back to Planning Commission. So if they rejected it once and we didn't meet the criteria, we felt like they would still have that opportunity. Even if this governing body tonight approves our request, it still goes back to Planning Commission, and they still have the opportunity to represent the concerns if they felt like we haven't incorporated and addressed the issues that were before them last time. So they still have that opportunity. They still have the opportunity if they have that, because you're going to have a development plan, you're going to have the same issues. So I just think that if it can be approved tonight, you'll still have that opportunity to address public concerns in the planning commission. If we don't, then again, reject it, deny it, until we get it right. Does that make sense?
It does, but I think there is a difference between the first case, and correct me if I'm wrong, between the earlier case and the case before us now, is one had a development plan, this one doesn't. And correct me if I'm wrong, staff, am I correct that City Attorney Fingali?
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Garcia, the Caja de Oro case had a preliminary subdivision plat as well as a preliminary development plan approved by the Planning Commission contingent on governing body activity or action. So, but with reference to this, those were denied. So they would have to start from scratch on those particular things.
Right, so I think that's the big difference here, is that the earlier case, you can say they were similar, but the earlier case had a plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. This one doesn't yet, because it would have to go back before the Planning Commission for approval. Am I understanding the process correctly?
Mayor, council members, yes, that is the process. But what you are deciding tonight is essentially just the density. So it doesn't require there to be a development plan or a subdivision plat for you to approve it or to vote on it at all. So that is up to you. But it is correct that it would have to go back to the Planning Commission for those things were they to want to develop it, whereas the previous case they were already approved.
Right. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I understand that, and I think that's the missing piece here then, is the plan, because the plan ultimately helps to determine, is the community going to support it? It's not. I mean, the plan that was proposed, even though it's proposed, it's not in front of us, wasn't receiving the support from the community at the moment. And I think that's where, don't want to put the cart before the horse, and that's where my concerns come in regards to go through the proper process versus getting the density rezoned, then the development plan. So with that, no other questions. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just add a little bit more context to Councilor Garcia's question and kind of explain how the rezoning is essential.
Yeah, I think we may have to swear you in again for this case.
Sorry, Nate, you were sworn in for the last case, but not this case. Yeah. So if you could state your name and address.
Yes, Nathan Manzanares, 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Okay, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Perfect.
Great, thank you, sir. Now, if you want to talk, you wanted to address the issue of process between the different cases?
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think you brought up a valid point, but the rezoning is more for dimensional standard purposes. We can't move forward with the design without the rezoning. If we start over from scratch with an R6, we can't provide this product or this design. So it's essential that we get the dimensional standards of an R10 in order to move forward with the Planning Commission on this design.
Councilor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But as a follow-up, is there anything that prevents you from initiating the plan with the proposed redensification? Because what you're telling, what it sounds like you're saying, and what I'm hearing, unfortunately, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you have to have the rezone and then the plan, which I don't believe is the case. You can have the plan along with the proposed rezoning presented as a package. Staff, is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, it is correct that, well, on two items, so that the governing body can act independent of a site development plan, but it seems to me that the governing body is concerned, and hearing from the community, that you need to understand exactly what's going to be built to determine whether the density is okay. So it can be concurrent. Those types of things can run concurrent to other processes. But tonight, you can vote on the matters before you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess that's my concern is we're setting unusual precedent where usually the normal track is there's a plan coupled with a rezone. And right now, we're proposing a rezone without a development plan. And I think setting this precedent could be really dangerous for the future. Given that because we're working on the general plan reconfiguring and we're piecemealing rezoning right now, I don't want to put us in a position where in the future somebody says, well, we'll rezone and then we'll present the plan later. That's, to me, not proper planning, city planning. I'll defer to the expert next to me who actually has a degree in it, but I think I don't like breaking the precedent. So I understand what you're testifying, that we can go different, but it's not the precedent that's usually set before us. So thank you for the clarification.
If I may make one other point, Mayor, council members. So the previous case, the development plan approval was contingent on the rezoning. So in this case, whatever you decide on the rezoning, if you do decide to rezone, that doesn't automatically make a development plan happen, nor does it mean that they could go back to their old development plan and have it approved by Planning Commission. They would still have to go back to Planning Commission and have Planning Commission approve whatever they decide. So if your concern is that Planning Commission might not approve it, and you want them to approve it first, that can be your concern, but it doesn't mean that Planning Commission will approve anything necessarily, even if you do rezone.
Yeah.
On that note, it kind of just seems like with the timing constraints and with anything, we're trying to bypass that extra step, if you will, and try to streamline things. If the issue was quality of life and the issue's been solved with the designs provided at Caja del Oro, and we worked so close with the Planning Commission to come up with that design, it just seems like another step to what's already been a pretty lengthy process. So that's why we tried to come before you tonight for the rezoning first. But thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero-Worth? I'm sorry, Councilor Garcia, were you done with that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Romero-Worth?
I don't care. Whatever. I'm not going to take very long. How often, I guess this is a question for staff, how often, let's get ourselves out of this thing tonight, how often do we get asked to make these kinds of changes without seeing a development plan, where it then goes back to Planning Commission? I feel like I've seen a number of these in my short tenure, and I was not on the Planning Commission prior, so I don't have the deep level of some of my other colleagues in terms of experience on this, but in my short tenure, I think we've seen this a number of times where we've been asked to make plans, and then you go back to do these development plans.
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Romero-Worth, there always needs to be a concept and justification for a rezoning master plan amendment and general plan amendment. And part of your package includes a report from the applicant. Part of that package is justification about density and how it's going to be comparable in the region, in the immediate area and the impacts and the like. So to justify that in a report, there needs to be a concept. So City Code does not require a company plan for, a preliminary development plan or final development plan is not required for the governing body to act tonight. But the concept plan typically is something that's discussed. The applicant did a bit of a disservice to the governing body tonight by trying to design from the podium and sort of compare two different things from two different cases. And this particular case is independent of the other case and should be considered on its own merits. So, but the governing body can act on the proposals before you tonight, regardless of whether there's a development plan or not.
Okay, and I guess with all due respect to my colleague, precedent might be too strong a word. Like, I think what you're saying is we could do this, we could make these changes to the zoning, to the general plan, to the master plan, and then go back for the specifics that they're talking about. Or we could do what's been suggested, which is you guys go back, figure it out, then come back and ask us for all these changes. But in terms of, I mean, precedent is a very strong legal word. And so I'm not sure that we are diverging from some set steps that always have to come in a set manner, which the word precedent would indicate.
Mayor, Councilmember Romero-Worth, yes, precedent is a strong word, and that's why I mentioned that the governing body can act upon this independent of any development plan or plats. The practice is that there's an idea, a concept that's being forwarded for you to consider the application or the change in density, but there is no requirement for development plan.
If I could add, Mayor, council members, there are criteria for master plan amendments, there are criteria for rezonings, there are criteria for general plan amendments, and they do not require a development plan.
Okay, and then I think the underlying concern is that how do we address the public comment that we just heard? How do we address the concerns that have been raised by the community? And in doing what's happening here tonight, are we not giving due respect to the public comment, to what we've heard, to the public's concerns in moving this development one step closer to being able to break ground, I guess? And so even if we did it, this kind of, even if we made these changes tonight and then went back for the development plan or for this design, I don't even know if I'm using the right words. If we go back for the actual design of it, there is the opportunity for the public's concerns to be addressed. It doesn't have to come in this other order in order for us to address the public's concerns.
Mayor, Councilmember Romero-Worth, that is correct. What the governing body is considering are the big picture items. Those development plan details are determined by the Planning Commission or acted on by the Planning Commission, and only comes to the governing body in the case of an appeal.
Right, so all those community concerns still can be addressed at the Planning Commission level?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I guess with regard to the public comment that we heard about the driveways being half driveways and the spacing between the different houses being 6 feet in one case and 9.5 feet in another, is what, and I guess maybe you may not be able to answer this, but and the applicant may not be able to answer this because we don't have the development plan in front of us, so we don't know whether that's going to be what they're proposing, even with the new idea that they talked about in their testimony. But even if we don't know tonight, again, that could still be worked out at the Planning Commission.
Mayor, Councilmember Romero-Worth, that is correct. And also, I'd like to point out that there would have to be an ENN associated with a new application. And so these comments can be voiced not only at the Planning Commission, but also at the ENN. And that's another opportunity for the community to have input.
And not only have input, but to have the concerns addressed. We're not the only body who can address these concerns, I guess, is the bottom line.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the fact that I've been on this council and then also on the Planning Commission, this is kind of a leapfrog approach. And usually if there's changes in design, the whole piece goes back to the Planning Commission for consideration. And so I guess, in my opinion, it's cleaner. I like things to be moving so that they can address the issues that were not addressed at the time. We're hearing considerations and redesign components, but it's just as a side note. So I'd rather the Planning Commission hear it as the full piece so that they can then have the different aspects that they were concerned about as it relates to redesign, but also zoning. I think it just comes in a full package, and that's why I feel like it should all go, especially since it's been a year. I still didn't understand that timeline. It didn't make any sense to me a whole year to say, these are the things we need to work on. What do we need to work on first? It just seemed like it should have gone back to the Planning Commission at whatever point. It's just that we're here now, and I'm not opposed to the rezoning and the different like density changes. It's just, I guess, conceptually, I think it all kind of goes together. And so that's why when I was reading this, I'm like, why are we hearing this now? This was over a year ago. And then my first question, but you did kind of answer it in the presentation, is what has changed since the last time the Planning Commission heard this case? And you did go through some components of redesign, and I guess it just seems like it could have been cleaner from how this was, what you all did to accommodate, and I think the public would understand it better. Like, oh, yeah, we heard you, we reconfigured some things, we worked with staff, and we're going to go to the Planning Commission, and then actually I think it'd be easier for us as a body to be like, oh, okay, it was resolved, here we are again. I know it takes a little more time, but I don't know the timeline exactly, but I just feel like since we've already heard this, we will understand it. So that's kind of where I'm standing. And then the other thing that just in my back of my brain that's some of you haven't heard because you weren't on the councils, there's been infrastructure improvements that you outlined in the your description about like what kind of amenities and things were done, but there were a lot of problems, y'all. There were the park issues, there was dust issues, there were other things that just didn't make sense, that people were not feeling like they were being heard about some of the construction inconsistencies. So that still stays in my brain. I can't let that go because I've heard it so long. This development had issues from left and right, and I'm glad to see that things were fixed in the other units and the other phases. But I guess I would just feel more comfortable with this going to the Planning Commission, and I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. I think you raised your hand. I think you had an interest in trying to respond to the Councilwoman's comments, and we'll give you the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I guess, again, trying to talk in my shoes to understand how we came up. And we just didn't feel like we should go back to the Oro didn't out. So if the governing body tonight rejected our request, we would have probably left both projects and said, well, obviously, if it's not going to work out for Caja del Oro, we would not even seek going back for Villas de las Saleras. And so it was important to understand how the governing body was going to Caja del Oro. We may not have an opportunity to bring this back through the process that you're discussing because our purchase sales agreement with the underlying property owner is going to expire. And they're going to say, hey, you've had all this time to go through this, and although we were denied. I guess my petition or my request before you all is you've heard a similar plan. I've shared with you. We've actually given you a concept plan. Binding or not binding, I'm on record. I'm sharing with you that the plan that we visited with you tonight is exactly what we're going to bring in and the Planning Commission, and it's up to them to whether or not they're going to reject that. It's not binding, but yet we've given you a concept plan. It hasn't been approved by Planning Commission, but I'm not hearing that it has to be, a plan has to be even provided. We've shared one with you. Again, whether or not that will be approved by Planning Commission, those details have to be worked out with them. but we have shared with you. I can share with you that the driveways are, we've heard comments from, that were mentioned there. We've addressed those. All the driveways are 20 feet long. We've, that, again, I know details, shared with you that concept plan. It's up to you whether or not you have, I guess, faith in the Planning Commission to address those concerns that are going to be heard at ENN, also the opportunity of the public commission at that time. Approve this rezoning, Planning Commission then going to have, you know, are they going to do what their responsibility is and actually incorporate those? I would say yes, but obviously, otherwise they would not have denied the previous one.
Thank you. Councilor Cassidy, I'm sorry, and then Councilor Lindo. I'm sorry, Councilor, you were there first. Go ahead.
Oh, Councilor Lindo, if you had your hand up first, you can go ahead.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, a couple questions. Normally, when we approve something, we're approving with a preliminary development plan, correct? And then the final development plan does have to go to Planning Commission? Am I remembering that process correctly?
Mayor, councilors, that is a process.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily need to.
We could have a final, or we could have a preliminary, but regardless, the final could go back to Planning Commission, and changes could be made on that final development plan after we've already approved a rezone.
Usually, it's just more detailed. They do need to conform to the preliminary development plan, so there wouldn't be changes exactly. It would just be generally refinements.
And then I'm trying to find a balance here, and I'm curious if we can hear the case, and if we do choose to approve with conditions. So approve a, you know, we would not be approving a development plan anyway, but if we were to approve a, what is it, general plan amendment, rezone, master plan amendment with the condition that it does receive, I mean, we're supposed to be the final arbiter on that, but can we essentially send it down like we're cool with it if Planning Commission is able to approve a development plan, and if they do not approve a development plan, it resorts back to what the original zoning was? Because it seems like the real issue here is that the development plan was not up to Planning Commission standards, which actually does make me feel more comfortable about sending it back, as they were so strict with it and really looking at these design issues and concerns. So I am trying to find what this balance might be, knowing that it is not our typical process, but I'm curious where our legal capability fares with, from your perspective.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, there are not conditions able to be placed on rezonings or general plan amendments.
Okay.
I believe you can put conditions on a master plan amendment, but I don't know that this would be one of them.
Okay.
You have a comment, sir?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I thought that was an excellent point. So my question, I guess, to legal is, let's if I could, let's take Caja del Oro. Let's say Pulte, you've approved the zoning, and we do have a preliminary development plan. I haven't closed on the property. Let's say Pulte doesn't close on that property. It's currently rezoned. Someone else could come in, do an entirely different plan that you've seen before you. Is that correct? And as long as it meets the current zoning that you just approved, it could be totally different than what you saw, what Planning Commission approved. So in essence, just because you have even a preliminary one approved by Planning Commission, it's also not binding. If I don't, we could leave, and again, somebody else could come in and do a totally different plan. Is that correct?
The city,
I'm going to say that.
Pat, are you able to comment on his? Were you following that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes. Once a property is rezoned, it is rezoned. A different development plan could come in. It would still have to be approved by the Planning Commission if it were big enough. If it was something where, say, you rezoned to R1 and someone wanted to build a single-family house on R1, it would not need to go back to Planning Commission. But for a large development, yeah, that needs a development plan, it would still have to go back to Planning Commission, but it would not necessarily need to be the development plan that was already approved.
Counselor Cassidy?
Okay, I think in terms of this conversation as to whether or not, one more question, one more scenario as I'm trying to think of different ways to go. Can we say that we want this development plan to come back to us for final approval?
Councilor Cassidy, their governing body essentially delegates control to Planning Commission, so if there are cases at Planning Commission that governing body wants to hear, there is a process. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but there is a way that governing body can essentially take cases from Planning Commission and hear them yourselves. That is, call it up, essentially.
We could essentially hear this case today, Planning Commission would take back, they give us a recommendation for development plan, and then we could pull it up?
It would only get heard once, so you could hear it instead of Planning Commission.
I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Lindell, you have had your hand up. Your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to clarify a few things, probably directed to Ms. Lamboy. We're here to vote on a general plan amendment, a rezoning, and a master plan amendment, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Lindell, that is correct.
Okay. These homes are essentially starter homes. We have a pent-up demand in this city for this type of housing. From what I've heard, all the houses that are started, all the ones that are approved right now, they're under contract, and we have a paucity of starter homes. This also includes a couple of affordable housing homes. Was this general plan amendment, rezoning, master plan amendment, did staff recommend approval?
Mayor, Councilmember Lindell, staff did recommend approval for the initial cases, yes.
Once again, I think that staff to recommend approval went through this and felt like it did meet our code. Our code doesn't have in it subjective ideas about quality of life. Is that true?
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Lindell, it is a subjective term that is defined or informed by our approval criteria. And certainly there's opportunity for different interpretations.
So staff felt like what was presented for the general plan amendment, rezoning, and master plan amendment did meet our city code, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Lindell, staff found that it met city code. The Planning Commission disagreed. Those details at the Planning Commission meeting that were discussed really related to a development plan. It did not relate to the items before you tonight.
So thank you for making my point. We're not being asked to approve a development plan. That's not our job tonight. And I think that it's really important that we stay within what we're being asked to do and allow the Planning Commission to also do their work on a development plan. We might have gotten a little bit into the weeds tonight, hearing about changes to the development plan, because that's not what we're being asked to approve. I mean, the truth is that you could take a development plan, if you have these approvals, you can take a development plan back to the Planning Commission that doesn't look anything at all like what you put on that screen tonight. Or, if you walk away from this project, someone else may come in and have a whole different idea about how to do this development. What I do know is that we need developments that give the opportunity for starter homes. We have a huge pent-up demand for that in this city. And I don't think that we should deny that opportunity, and that we should put trust in the Planning Commission to determine what is a good development plan. So I just wanted to make it clear that those are the things we're being asked to vote on. And they're very, very clear in the code what the criteria is. And I just wanted to make that point again, Mayor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Lindell. We're not here to approve a development plan, which leads me to wonder why one was presented to us, which looks similar to the one we had approved earlier. That is a concern. And I know there's a demand for homes, as Councilor Lindell said, but I think there's also a responsibility of this governing body to take quality of life into consideration as we're approving these things, whether it's a reversal of a denial or whether it's approving an appeal. I think that's part of our responsibility. Ms. Lamboy, sorry. I heard I think it was Mr. Siebert that said that they had changed some of the setbacks, I think from 10 to 20. Is that 5 to 10 and 10 to 20, or just 5 to 10?
Can you clarify that for us there? Was it, I think when you double it, tell us which numbers are increased and what the total amounts to, please.
No, from the plan presented to the Planning Commission, it was a 5-yard, 5-foot setback. We approved that, proposing to present back to the Planning Commission to a 10-foot setback. Distance then between buildings, building to building, went 10 feet, 20 feet. So we doubled everything in terms of.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Lamboy, we're hearing a new project that Planning Commission didn't hear.
Mayor, Councilmember Rivera, the development plan project that Mr. Siebert is proposing has not been heard by the Planning Commission. So this is new information that was not given to the Planning Commission.
And I think that goes back to Councilor Villarreal's point as to if there were changes made that the Planning Commission were looking for, why would it not go back to them first versus coming here? And I'm not sure that's up to the applicant. I think that's up to staff. So,
Mayor, Councilmember Rivera, it can go in any order. The code does not require that there's a development plan or a plat, preliminary development plat, you know, has to be approved first. So that is not a requirement.
But we're being asked to overturn what the Planning Commission's ruling was, yet they didn't hear what we heard tonight.
Mayor, Councilmember Rivera, that is concerning and an issue because the Planning Commission then didn't have opportunity for input on that plan. The awkward situation we're put in is that there's these 3 cases that can go to the governing body independent of any development plan or plats. So that can and be considered according to code for that reason by the governing body, looking at that sort of 10,000-foot level, does zoning, is that allowed? But that has not been presented, that information has not been presented to the Planning Commission first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I think the questions about process are really tangling my brain up because we've heard both words that say you can do it. Let me characterize what my understanding is, and maybe you can untangle what's got myself entangled. On the one hand, there are words like normal, typical, usual, process, and then we've also been told, but there's no requirement to do it one way or another. So is there such a thing as normal, typical, usual process, and are we deviating from normal, typical, usual process, or are we simply responding to what the applicant has requested, and that's also permitted if it does, even though it may cause tanglements in my brain?
Mayor, there's a difference between practice and what is required by code. What is required by, or what is permitted by code, is that this governing body can act without a development plan and can act without a preliminary plat. And there have been, or will be, cases in the future where, you know, zoning can be considered independent of any development plan. Larger, for instance, area rezoning can be considered independent of a development plan. So, but the practice has been to have consideration of a preliminary development plan and preliminary plat, but that is not what's required or demanded by Chapter 14.
So when some of our council members say, but I've seen things like this before, is that factually accurate, or is this the first time we've ever done this?
Mr. Mayor, this, with reference to other cases, I can't speak to it.
Okay. Councilor Cassidy?
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm reviewing the Planning Commission notes. There was actually interesting discussion of what they wanted to do with this. And they were discussing whether or not they table, whether or not they can approve part of it. There was a recommendation for them to deny everything in order for them to appeal. And if I'm reading the commission notes, that Commissioner Lawrence suggested the cases that are decisions made only by the commission could be denied, providing the applicant an opportunity for appeal. It seems to me the Planning Commission sent it to us this way, is what I'm getting from this, that the Planning Commission said, go do your rezone, we're sending it up to the governing body, go ahead and appeal, and then it's going to come back for a final development plan. So that is how I'm understanding the notes from the Planning Commission's meeting minutes.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, can I clarify one thing? There's not an appeal tonight. There was just a recommendation for denial, so there's no
appeal
opportunity to overturn something. You can either decide to take or not take a recommendation.
Okay.
But the Planning Commission didn't have the ability to deny a zoning. They just make a recommendation.
Okay.
But her larger point...
My larger point is that I think that they did have this discussion about
process
and about what unfortunately, there is no member, and Attorney Fagali is the only one that I am seeing of staff that was there at the time. Oh, Director Klug, are you around still, Jason? No? Who might be able to provide some just, that's how I'm reading these right here, is that this was the Planning Commission basically said, we're popping this up, and then it'll come back to us for a development plan. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I believe what Commissioner Lawrence was saying there was that if the applicant wanted, they could appeal the two cases that were denied by the Planning Commission, and that appeal would probably come at the same time as the rezoning, as the three cases you're hearing now. The applicant did not decide to appeal. The applicant is going forward with these cases and plans, it sounds like, if this is approved, to go back to Planning Commission with a new case instead of appealing to governing body. But if it had been tabled indefinitely, which I believe was the suggestion before in the minutes, then the applicant would essentially be stuck, and that seemed unfair to the applicant.
Right. Yeah, I also have, it says, there are different applications and each has to have decisions as part of the judicial process. Okay. All right, thank you, that was all.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you had a comment?
Yeah. Procedure, what I wanted to do is just point out that when Los Solares master plan and zoning was established, there were no detailed plans that went with it. These parcels were large parcels zoned C2, R12, and what have you. The council didn't look at detailed development plans for each of the parcels. The practice, that's a standard practice. There's a criteria that's been established by the city. Particular case, it meets the criteria established. Back parcel over 10,000 or 30,000, depending. With a development plan process. So it's not unique, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes, Councilor Chavez.
I have a question, just because this has been really good discussion. We had, I think, really important public comment, which may not be relevant to what we're actually voting on tonight, which is something that I just want to emphasize. The public comment, as valuable as it is not relevant to the items that we're seeing on the agenda that we have to consider this evening. But because there's this, I think, very important information that needs to guide future decisions in regards to this development, I was just wondering how much information would the Planning Commission get? Say, if this is approved tonight, how much information would the Planning Commission get from this meeting? Like, would they have access to the public comment we received, and could that be made intentional? Can they have details? Can what we've discussed tonight be included in their packet? I don't know if that automatically occurs, or if because I feel like it might be separate from them actually sending their no? Okay. If you could clarify.
The attorney.
Mayor Weber, councilors, the testimony would need to be sworn in front of the Planning Commission in order for them to consider it, so it would have to be part of that case. And we don't have a formal submission for the development plan yet, so we would need that from the applicants, and then the testimony would have to be in relation to that submission. So right now there's a hypothetical, there's ideas that were discussed as a general idea of what they're thinking about, but we don't have an actual submission of a development plan at this point, is my understanding, or at least a revised version that is intended.
And so I understand that part, but if there is a development plan that goes to Planning Commission and we've received public comment on the development itself, can that be included into the Planning Commission packet?
Mayor, Weber, councilors, it will be a different case. It'll have a different number. It'll be an entirely new matter.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, on that,
Yes, Councilor Romero.
and the public will be able to comment on that. So the same people who appeared in front of us tonight will probably come forward in that new case with, assuming we were to approve it tonight, with the master plan approval, the general plan approval, and the zoning change, and they'll come before the new case saying, we, Pulte, are going to now do this, and the public will have the opportunity to make the same kinds of comments, and the Planning Commission, whom we delegate authority to, will be the ones to address those concerns to make sure that Pulte is not going to do what they did in the first two rounds.
And there would be an E&N
And there would be an
in
E&N.
advance of even a planning commission proceeding. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wouldn't our minutes from this meeting be in that packet material?
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Villarreal, with the same applicant and the case that's being proposed, if that is the case that is being sent to Planning Commission, yes, I, as practice, would put those minutes from the governing body because it does relate to that particular case. If there's a new applicant, may not be germane.
When you say new applicant, someone else proposing a development on this area and not Pulte?
That's correct.
Okay. I did want to clarify, in the past,
Yes.
so we have been recommended by, and there were different folks, saying that we could, that we could actually hear development plans at the council level after the Planning Commission. So that has happened. That's why I think you had said that it doesn't happen, but it has happened, and it's usually when it's only been like a controversial case and the Planning Commission or the governing body wanted to hear it again, but I just wanted to clarify that that has occurred.
As Pat mentioned, it can be called up to the governing body.
Counselor, I believe the Planning Commission has final approval on development plans. So the only way that it would get heard again by governing body would be unless you were hearing it initial time, being the final decision on it instead of Planning Commission.
I don't know. I think at some point, not that it's going to affect my decision here. I just feel like there's been a time that there's been a recommendation for a planning development plan at the Planning Commission level, and the City Council has heard it.
They possibly could send you a recommendation, in which case they wouldn't have made a final decision and the governing body would make a final decision, but there would only be one final decision.
Okay. There was another question I had. I guess the other thing is when we, the fact that it's with us tonight is not because that was the recommendation, that was the natural process. The Planning Commission could have said, well, we're not going to pass this on, we want it to come back to us, which they probably should have done. So, but the natural process, the fact that it's here with us is not because they decided it's the regular, the natural, I don't want to say natural, but that's...
Mayor and council members, the rezonings, master plan amendments, and general plan amendments are all, by our code, recommendations from Planning Commission to governing bodies. So yes, they would come to you with a recommendation as they did today.
Right. Okay. Just clarifying, because earlier we were talking about it like it was their decision, but it's really just the process. But they probably should have said this should come back to the Planning Commission. That's just an opinion.
They could have postponed it for further discussion, but the process is that they make a recommendation of approval or denial to governing body. They would not hear it again once they made that recommendation.
Mayor?
Councilor.
So just to emphasize, that's exactly what they did, right? Is that they made a decision on their recommendation, which was to deny, and that's what came to us. And our decision tonight is whether to agree with them or whether to reverse them. That's what we're being asked to do. And then they'd have to go back if let's say well, rather than me saying it, in either path, we used to get these great little decision trees. So help me with the decision tree. So let's say tonight we agree with the Planning Commission. What happens next?
Mayor, council members, so were you to agree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission?
Yeah, thank you.
Then the rezoning would be denied, the general plan amendment would be denied, and the master plan, thank you, master plan amendment would be denied. In which case, the rezoning would not be able to be brought back for a year. The other ones could be brought back. As far as the Planning Commission's decision, they voted first on these three issues, and they voted to recommend denial. And because they voted to recommend denial, and were hoping that the governing body would agree with them, then they could not approve the development plan as is because it's contingent on...
On whether we agree with them.
Correct. Well, on the rezoning happening.
Right.
Since they were recommending that it not happen, them approving the development plan would not make any sense.
Okay, and let's just play the chess game out a little more. So if we were to reverse the recommendation of the Planning Commission on these three items, then what happens?
So if you were to approve the rezoning, general plan amendment, and the master plan amendment, then they could go back to Planning Commission with a new or same development plan for approval from Planning Commission. Planning Commission would have their own decision to make on whatever development plan was presented to them, which would then be consistent with rezoning, general plan, and the master plan amendment.
Because we've delegated that authority to them.
Correct.
So that we don't have to do that.
Correct.
Because we do all these other things.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll give you the floor in 1 minute, Councilor Rivera, but I just heard a piece of it. I'm still trying to untangle this process issue. So one of the things that has been mentioned is that in the absence of a development plan to look at, we are not getting the package fully baked in front of us. But we couldn't get the development plan in front of us because the Planning Commission, having recommended a denial, could not take up the development plan. So there's our own internal logic prevents us from seeing a development plan tonight.
Mr. Mayor, correct. The only way that you could have seen it tonight would have been if they had appealed it along with bringing these decisions to the governing body.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera, I just wanted to try to untangle that.
Ms. Fagali, are we able to remand this back to the Planning Commission and then to come back here since there was new information presented?
The Planning Commission made a recommendation on these three cases. You cannot remand the development plan back to them because there's not currently a development plan case.
Right.
Are you talking about remanding these three cases?
Yes.
For a new recommendation?
Because there was new information presented that they didn't have opportunity to hear.
That information was not pertinent to these three cases.
I think it was for the Planning Commission. I think they had several discussions about the amount of space in between residences and the setbacks that I brought up earlier.
Those are all elements of the development plan and not elements of the master plan or the rezoning or general plan amendment.
They're related to the density, though.
They're not binding on this, and so they're not part of the master plan amendment.
So you're saying it can't be remanded back to Planning Commission?
I'm not sure, Aaron, if you have thoughts on if they could remand it for another opinion, another recommendation?
However, Councilor, it sounds like It doesn't sound like it would make sense to remand it for that reason. It seems like there could be a reason to remand something. It sounds like this information was being discussed in relation to the development plan. I have not read the minutes from Planning Commission, just as a caveat. But I'm basing that based on what I'm hearing here. So if there's something that's relevant to one of the elements for these cases that we feel like the Planning Commission didn't have, then that might be a good reason to remand it. I'm hearing that staff doesn't think that's what Planning Commission was considering for these cases in particular.
So they had discussion about setbacks, we've had discussion about setbacks, yet there's no development plan, yet we're all talking about a development plan related to this project. So how does that happen? How is it allowed in both cases, both Planning Commission and here at the governing body?
Planning Commission heard all 5 cases at once, and so it was part of the greater discussion in that case. Here, you're only hearing the 3 cases that are not involving the development plan, and so it is not relevant. I do, Mr. Mayor, have a possibility suggestion from the applicant, which is if the council wants them to go back to Planning Commission for the development plan, they would ask that this be tabled instead of denied, so that they could do that, because there is a 1-year rezoning period when they cannot file again if it were denied at governing body.
And Mayor, councilors, I would suggest that would be a postponement rather than a tabling.
Thank you.
And that's what I think we've all been trying to do, is just get it back to the way it's supposed to happen, and then come back here to us without having to face the prospect of denying altogether.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I think we are all trying to find a way to bundle it so we have a big picture at the same time. My eyebrows go up whenever you say supposed to or normal or usual, because I'm not sure that always qualifies. But your bigger point is that the conversation has circled around how do we get our hands on the whole package rather than a part of the package. I'm going to ask Councilor Maraworth, and then I'm going to go to you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm troubled by the use of the way it's supposed to happen, because I think we've heard over and over again that there isn't a way it was supposed to happen. But I think it might be useful to go back to our packet, and the staff memo, I think, is what it's the first one. I'm scared to go to, it's the staff report. And look again at what's in front of us. And what's in front of us, again, is the master plan amendment, the general plan amendment, and the rezoning to R10. And then if you go down, again, we're in our quasi-judicial mode. We're supposed to be applying the facts to the law. And it says here on number 4, page 4 of 9, it says general plan amendment approval criteria. And then it lists how we go about doing that. 1A, 1B, 1C, those are the things that we're supposed to be doing here tonight. And the recommendation that we have in front of us from the Planning Commission is to deny these 3 things based on, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, based on the fact that they didn't think the quality of life elements were adequate.
Mayor, council members, that is correct. That was the recommendation from the Planning Commission.
And then I think Councilor Cassett can take this from here. Yeah. Oh, okay, well.
I'm sorry, I'm missing what's happening here.
Well, I'm trying to straighten this out about
Okay.
what's in front of us. A development plan is not in front of us, right? But
Correct.
what is in front of us And we have these criteria, right? We have these, if it fits into these boxes, if we can check these boxes, then we should approve it. If it doesn't, then we should agree with the planning commission. So I think we're getting all off track in areas, but I think you had.
Do you mind if I take?
Councilor Cassidy.
Here's where I think we're part of running into the problem, and I know that when Planning Commission did hear this case, they also ran into the issue of the code. One of the challenges we're running into is that the rezone has to do with an R10, and that R10 is what allows different developmental designs. And this is why all of a sudden the development plan, I think, really becomes pertinent here, and why the fact that the Planning Commission, that there is different information. Really, we're looking at, what, 6 dwelling units per acre? But we can't zone to R6. We're really not talking about an R6 rezone. We're talking about R10. And the reason that we're looking at R10 is because it has to do with the Planning Commission's ability to allow these different setbacks that has to do with the design. So I think that the remand back to Planning Commission makes sense with this new information, because it is the zoning request that is occurring because of hitting the R10 does start to change what you can do with the development plan. It makes a difference. I think if we were looking at an R7 right now and we weren't and there weren't all kind of these variations that came through, I'd be like, let's go ahead and hear this. But that R10 is what's really making this factor. Now, I would agree that maybe not sending it back through the entire process right now, that I don't know if they can hear it if they can hear a recommendation for a rezone without a development plan in front of them, but really kind of these aspects. I think that they ran into this with another case recently, didn't they?
Mayor, council members, Planning Commission has absolutely heard rezonings without development plans, yes.
Okay.
But on that, can I jump back?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
We'll do a little tag team here. But the thing about it is, though, is that we don't have to remand back because it's in front of us now. They made a recommendation to us to deny. And we can say, no, based on this new information, we think we can reverse it, and then it goes back to them anyway to work out all the details of what needs to happen. We don't have to remand because they didn't make a decision, they made a recommendation, which we have the power to either go with or overturn, and then it goes back to them anyway to work out the details based on whatever the zoning is that we have decided is the correct thing.
I think you are accurate. However, what I'm also hearing, and what the applicant has indicated, is if we would like to see the whole package at one time, we can do that without using the remand verb. We can postpone, wait for the rest of the process to catch up to us, and see it all at one time.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, again, we'd be happy to do that. My understanding, to put the facts in there for you guys, is you're not overturning anything. It's a recommendation for denial from Planning Commission. You either accept and agree with the denial and move forward, and if so, I can share with you, we cannot wait a year. And Pulte would have to walk away from this. We would not develop this. So we cannot wait a year for that. We're not even sure that the underlying property owner would allow us to wait a year. We would fall out of agreement, and we don't even know if we would be invited back. The facts before you is, regardless if you have a site plan, my understanding is you could have the tightest site plan and so much detail that the Planning Commission actually approves in a preliminary plan. It doesn't matter. It can change. As soon as you approve the zoning, it's not the site plan gives you some guidance, but it's not binding. We've heard that from the attorney that it's not binding. As soon as you make the zoning change, I could go back the next day to Planning Commission, amend that preliminary site plan, totally different. And if Planning Commission approves it, they have the authority to do that if it's within the zoning that you just approved. So regardless of the amount of detail that you have tonight, if you postpone this, and the question is then we give this amount of detail back to the planning commission, which they're already going to have if you approve this. They're already going to have that ability to do that, approve or deny our site plan, because that's the authority they have. So what I'm saying is that the site plan really has no bearing. It really doesn't, because the next day we could change it, 100%. That's within our legal right to do that, and it's within the legal right of planning commission to change that, is what I heard from the attorneys.
And Mayor Weber, I might add to that, they also expire, whereas the zoning does not. So development plans expire after a certain period of time. A new development plan would have to be proposed at that point.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question for clarification. When staff said this is not binding, so if we approve this tonight, what is that? Can you clarify for me what that means by not binding?
Mayor, Councilor, the development plan that was mentioned today has not been approved, and you are not voting on it. So that is not binding. The zoning would be binding. The master plan amendment would be binding. The general plan amendment would be binding, unless it came back to governing body to be changed. But the development plan, as proposed, is not binding. And had it been approved by Planning Commission, it would be binding for now, we'll say, unless it expired or was amended by Planning Commission.
Thank you. And that's what I had thought, because the term not binding keeps being thrown around, whereas this is a binding decision. Once we approve or deny this, it is rezoned, and whether the current landowner, future landowner after that, they can then develop on the R10.
That's correct.
Reading the notes that the Planning Commission had in all their comments, there was lots of concerns that they had with the plan around density. And given that that was what the package that was in front of them, and it's not the package that's in front of us, we're seeing half the package. And so with that being said, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this.
We're not there yet, Councilor. We're still doing.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
You're okay. I understand where you're headed, but we're not quite closed the public hearing yet. So hold that thought.
Thank you.
Other questions or?
So I just want to clarify something that the city attorney said. It would only come back to us if it was on appeal. So what we're being asked to do tonight is either go with the recommendation by the Planning Commission to deny these three things, or reverse and approve them, and then it would go back and the development plan would be worked out. The only reason it would come back to us is if it came back on appeal, because we have delegated the authority for development plans to be done by the Planning Commission. It wouldn't come back to us except on appeal, correct?
Mayor, council members, yes, I think you saying, yes, the Planning Commission made recommendations, so you're not necessarily, I forget the word that you used.
Reversing, overturning.
Yeah, you wouldn't be reversing. You would be agreeing or not agreeing with them and approving or denying the cases in front of you. And the development plan, correct, would go to Planning Commission for a decision by Planning Commission. It would not come to the governing body again unless it were called up by governing body for the first hearing, or unless it were an appeal to the governing body.
Correct, but us to call it up would be a pretty extraordinary event, because you don't even know the process for that, as you admitted earlier.
Mayor Weber, councilors, if you want to look at the process, it's in 14-2.2, sections C and D. It has not happened in the last 4 years. I think Dan from the Planning Commission has mentioned that he is aware of one other instance in which it has occurred. So there is an alternative procedure, which is definitely not typical. It is possible.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, councilors, you mentioned density. One of the things that my understanding is that you could assign a different density. We're willing to accept R7. R7 allows us to do a site development plan. There's only one DU more than what is allowed today. So if you're concerned about density, don't approve R10, approve R7. I can still do a site plan, I can still do attached units, I can still do what we're proposing to do, and you control, all you're doing is approving one more DU per acre than what's currently allowed on that site. The difference is I can do a development plan which assigns specific setbacks that allow me to go different than what the current R6 has.
Councilor Rivera, you had your hand up, sir.
Mr. Gali, based on what the applicant just said, are we allowed to do that here? Change from, I thought we were just here to decide whether we were gonna uphold the recommendation of the planning commission, or?
Mayor, council members, you can approve 10 or under 10, essentially, for density. You cannot approve more. And the general plan amendment that was proposed is medium density, which is 7 to 12 dwelling units, so that would be still within what was recommended for that.
Right, and then if, for some reason, with all the discussion going on, we upheld the recommendation of the planning commission, then the applicant would have to wait a year in order to do anything else.
For the rezoning, that is correct. For the other two, which wouldn't make sense to come back without the rezoning, there is not that time period to wait.
But in effect, it's a one-year hiatus. Other questions? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need clarification from staff. You make it sound like it's this or that, two options for our voting, but actually there's a third, which is for the Planning Commission to make the decisions on these pieces because it relates to the development plan. And I say that because there's back and forth in the notes that Councilor Cassett brought up. They talk about the ability to make something happen was in terms of density for the development design was contingent on the density they were asking for. So they do go hand in hand. That's why I'm confused about that, because they do connect to each other. They're not separate. We're not delegating. These are two things that are related, and those decisions were made based on the density and rezoning. So what's the third option? I mean, we don't want them to not have the rezoning option and have that stripped for the next year. I don't think any of us want that. But I think it's, again, the process to have the Planning Commission be able to see it all together, because it's related. Whether whether it's structured this way right now for the vote or not, it is related. Zoning and density relate to how the development plan was coming together. That was all the notes said that. I mean, it was very clear that that was an issue for the Planning Commission. So what's the third option?
Mayor, council members, you can vote to approve those three cases, or some of the three cases. You can vote to deny them, or you could vote to postpone them so that the development plan could go back. A new development plan, a new case would go to Planning Commission with for the same property, and then once that was voted on, assuming there was an approval, they could come back to you for these three cases.
Okay.
I think we're...
Thank you.
Can I interpret a little? Go ahead.
Wait, one more piece here.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mayor, Councilmember Villarreal, the postponement option, I would just like to point out just a couple of things, because there's been much ado about the timing and the deal that the applicant has and so on. You know, certainly that's not the governing body's concern, but the timeline for a preliminary development plan in terms of a review and then coming back after postponement from the governing body with this new information having been acted on by the Planning Commission would be approximately 6 to 8 weeks through including the end, probably closer to 8 weeks. So if this were to march along on a typical review process. So it's just one thing that the applicant keeps saying is there's going to be a delay, and it's not as long of a review period as is with what you're considering tonight.
Right, yeah, well, our decision shouldn't be based on a purchase sales agreement. I guess my understanding is that those can be modified. So,
Mayor, Councilmember Real, that's up to them.
I yield the floor, thank you.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Villarreal put it in a nutshell, which is I don't think the council, the governing body, is of a mind to put this project in the penalty box for a year. That's not really the sense of this conversation so far. We're not yet at a motion. I'm just trying to summarize what I've been hearing. At the same time, I think there is for some people at least, a feeling that the pieces that often are, not always, but sometimes are linked together, provide a level of comfort that is not present with the current package. So whether, I think the predicate is we don't want to kill this project for a year or for longer. I don't think that's anybody's desire. I do think we have in front of us a vote, if we want to take it, to approve the zoning. We could also apparently use a infrequently used process to bring the development plan in front of us if that has a level of concern that would merit bringing it to our attention with or without the planning commission's first having had a bite at it. But it is technically correct that the vote that is in front of us is about the recommendation of the planning commission. There may be, as Councilwoman Villarreal was thinking through, a different, and the applicant volunteered, a different process that would not penalize the project, but let the pieces perhaps catch up to each other. I'm open to...
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes,
And I guess
Councilor.
the other thing, though, is like, we can also approve the zoning change, the general plan amendment, the master plan amendment, and trust that the planning commission will, with that, address the public comment, which is what I think started all of this, and their concerns around quality of life. We delegate to them all the time to do the right thing in these instances. And what they need from us, and what I think the developer needs, is do we agree, have they met the criteria for a zoning change, a general plan amendment, and a master plan amendment? Those three things are our purview. That is, those are things that we have to decide at this level. But we have delegated the other stuff, and we have to trust that the planning commission, and through the process that we've set up there, through the ENN, and having the developer come back to them with knowing that they can do these things that they're asking for, will address the situation. I mean, we have delegated that authority. We don't always approve development plans. And in fact, we've heard tonight, we haven't seen one in 4 years. It's rare.
Councilor Chavez, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I need clarification. So I agree with Councilor Romero Worth, but I also see that not all members of governing body feel like they have the information to approve tonight, which would put the developer in a situation. So I think postponing is what is most appropriate if we all do not want to put the developer in a situation where they're waiting a year. However, I'm confused about the process a little bit, because from my understanding, what would happen then is we would postpone this. The development plan would be reviewed by the Planning Commission, dependent on approval of these three items at a later date. So it's not that the development plan's not coming back to, like, the development plan's not being heard. The development plan would be approved if that's the Planning Commission's choice, and then, but it would be dependent on these three items that we would revisit at a later date. So we're still giving the planning commission that authority to make the decision, which I believe they should be making. However, what would come back to us is based on a development plan that we both understand, we would then approve the 3 items in front of us this evening.
Mayor?
Yeah, wait 1 second. I think was that directed to staff?
I was making sure that I had a clear understanding on that.
Mayor, Councilmember Chavez is correct. The development plan can be acted upon by the Planning Commission with the condition that this governing body approve the other items we're considering tonight.
Councilor Cassidy.
Wait. With the condition, no, yeah.
Mayor, council members, if these cases are not decided tonight, it would be a contingent development plan based on the rezoning and general plan amendment and master plan amendment happening to make that development plan allowable by zoning.
So what I was just trying to emphasize, Councilor, is that where the Planning Commission is still going to have the authority of approving the development plan, but it's going to be contingent on these 3 items being approved by us at a later date. So we're not approving a development plan, because I keep hearing that, like, the development plan is going to come to us. It will not. Us postponing these 3 items today would allow the developer to present a development plan to the Planning Commission for voting, contingent on these 3 items being approved at a later date. And I feel like that is appropriate in the sense that it provides everyone the information needed to understand, the big hot topic, which is density. So I was just making sure we understood how that would move through the process.
Yeah, and I agree with that, except that you could also approve these 3 things tonight and send it back to them, and with that information, they'll redo the development plan, and the Planning Commission will approve it. So again, I think this is where we started the night, right? Is there's not one way it has to happen. It can happen either way.
Yes, Mayor, council members, that's correct. I believe you're saying the same thing. It's just in Councilmember Chavez's version, the development plan at the Planning Commission level would happen first, and then this governing body, would hear these cases again. And in the Councilor Romero-Worth's version, these 3 cases would get decided tonight, and then the Planning Commission would decide on the development plan at a future date.
Councilor Cassidy.
So my concern with rezoning tonight, again, has to do with this, almost like this ledge that we fall off with R10. And that is again, if we were, I know that the applicant was like, fine, give us R7, but again, if R10 is going to be, in the end, more advantageous if we are really looking at, if you're looking at some changes, I think that is worthwhile. But the problem is that if we rezone tonight, R10 sticks. Regardless of what Planning Commission does with the development plan, R10 will stick. So those components of the code that kick in with R10, and whether or not they can be addressed by changes in a development plan, I think that's a really important conversation. It is something that we have delegated to Planning Commission. So I could do a general plan amendment and be like, sure, let's go ahead with, residential, medium residential density, medium density, because that does not necessarily attach us to that R10 cliff. It's almost like the fiscal cliff that you fall off of. Now, my question then becomes, if we were to postpone, they're not going to hear these 3 cases. There's not a chance for them to change their minds about these cases based on the development plan. So the signal to us would be whether or not they approved a development plan contingent on us approving these 3 cases. Am I understanding that correct? So we will not get a new recommendation from the Planning Commission on the rezone, the general plan amendment, or the master plan amendment, our signal from them essentially would be, hey, we do like this development plan. If you go ahead and do this, we think that this is a, beneficial thing for this community.
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, it is correct that they will not be acting on the general plan amendment, the rezoning, and the master plan amendment. They will only be considering development plan if it's brought before them.
So regardless, if we were to postpone this and hear this case again in 8 weeks, we will still be hearing a case in which case the Planning Commission has denied. The only new piece of information we would get is if they prefer the updated development plan.
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, that's correct. And that can be provided to you as a point of information as to whether the Planning Commission approves or denies the updated development plan.
Okay.
Yeah, the recommendation would stand. We would just have
Additional
a
information.
different part, an additional piece of material. Councilwoman, I'm sorry, you done, Councilor Cassidy?
Well, I was just saying that if that is something that is done, I think that kind of, our intention would have to be made very clear to Planning Commission, that this is, that kind of what that would signal to us in terms of a development plan. It does start to get really complicated there, because we're not going to get a new recommendation from them. And again, I wouldn't be so concerned if that R10 zoning didn't change so much in the code, and then I would feel more comfortable. But because it's going to stay with the land regardless, yeah, this is complicated. This is definitely, okay, I'm going to yield the floor. Thank you.
Councilor Merriworth.
So I think at the beginning of the night, we heard that the biggest reason for this rezoning from R6 to R10 was the model of housing that Pulte wants to do is duplex attached units.
Correct.
Did I say that correctly? And that can't be done with R6. But I think you all indicated that it could be done, so in terms of an R10 cliff, you could do it with R8 or R7, whatever. Okay, so maybe there's not an R8. So that's the other piece, I guess, is that I don't know that there's an R10 cliff, I guess.
It says there that we are going to R10 because there is something in the code that allows the Planning Commission to set setbacks at R10 that does not happen at a lower density. Am I correct? So R9, you can't do that. At R10, you can?
Can we not do it this way? If we're going to actually do a question and answer and attempt to clarify things, we actually need to direct the question to an individual and have the individual at the microphone.
Staff, please. Heather, if you could please.
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, with the R7, I'm not certain what the applicant is referring to, because we don't have a development plan. So they characterize that they could do it at R7, but R10 is what allows for setbacks and everything to be determined by the development plan. R7, I don't believe.
One more question, Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Romero-Worth.
So this idea that we have to have a development plan before we can approve zoning or a general plan amendment or a master plan amendment seems to me also, just in terms of how we go forward with these kinds of things, in terms of your costs as a developer, you're not going to come forward with something that you don't know what conditions apply to you, what zoning you're dealing with, all those things. You kind of need those things in order to be able to know what your development plan is going to look like, right? I mean, so this idea that it has to come to us all bundled before we can allow you to do it, I don't think that works.
Who is that addressed to?
I guess the developer.
Yes, sir. If you wanted to respond.
Well, I think we're at an impasse here, and I don't see how the votes are coming down. But an option, which
Councilor Chavez brought up is you just simply postpone this. We go back to the Planning Commission, and we get a preliminary development plan, preliminary plat approved, and then we come back to the City Council and say, okay, the Planning Commission has, assuming they were going to approve it, and then you could act on this particular zoning. Right? And is that out of legally? We don't think so.
No, it's been offered as an option. I think it's one of the things that has been discussed. I think Councilor Romero-Worth's point was slightly different, which was, regardless of your ability to count votes, she was asking procedurally, as a developer, doesn't it help you to know what the zoning is before you bring forward a development plan without knowing what the underlying zoning code would be?
Certainly. I mean, that would be our preferred solution to this, but I don't see it going that way, frankly.
Okay. Now, I understand. I think she was asking a point of clarification about how the development process most smoothly works. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, absolutely. That's the crux to why we didn't go back to Planning Commission. That's why we waited for South Meadows or Caja del Oro to understand what this body would do, and why we did not bring it back. Because if we felt like you didn't approve that, why would you approve anything else, what we wanted to plan on Diaz de las Flores? So absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Chavez.
So I have a clarifying question. I don't know, staff, maybe. So I'm confused. I thought that what we approved with Caja del Oro was contingent on rezoning, right? Like it was, we accepted a recommendation from the Planning Commission contingent on the rezoning. So if they would take the development to the Planning Commission, presenting the zoning they need to develop, a plan that will be approved at the Planning Commission, it would be contingent on the rezoning that we would approve for that plan, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Chavez, that is correct.
And the reason why I keep going back to the postponing is because it is clear that we are divided, which puts you, the developer, at risk of having to wait a year. And I think that's it's evident at this point that that's the case. So I keep presenting this option and just clarifying, there are members on this board that feel like they need more information, they need process and some consistency between what is presented at the Planning Commission and the governing body. I'm actually undecided about it, but as a member here and wanting to be supportive to the developer, I also see that my colleagues, some of my colleagues need more information. I wouldn't mind having more information, so I feel like that is the most appropriate avenue at this point, or it may be denied, which I think is going to create a difficult situation. So I would ask that we as a board kind of see or acknowledge that that's the place that we're at right now, and perhaps are we at a place that we could, nope, not yet.
Right.
All right, here we go.
We still have, we have to wait for last and final questions before we close the part of the hearing that is the public hearing part. So if there are this is a chance for other questions or comments to come forward from the governing body. If there are none, then we are at a point where we would entertain a motion and a second. Councilor Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to postpone the decision on this case.
Until?
Mayor, councilors, would it be until the point at which the Planning Commission has considered and voted on a development plan?
Preliminary development plan, I believe.
Preliminary development plan.
Preliminary development plan. Does that work for staff?
What the city attorney said.
With adequate time for the legal notices and all of that to follow?
Second.
There's a motion to postpone consideration until there's a preliminary development plan recommendation from the Planning Commission, and there is a second.
Mayor Weber, I think it would be a decision, right? Not a
Decision,
recommendation.
right, yes.
Correct. Would it be for all three cases?
Yes, all three cases.
The postponement, you mean? Yes. It was to cover everything that was in front of us tonight. Is there a discussion of the motion? Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, I will also just note for our own record that this is for items C, D, and E, just so that it's very clear on my end. Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth? Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience tonight, everyone. We appreciate it. And we look forward to the next iteration. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I believe that completes the agenda for tonight. In that case, at approximately 11:10, we're adjourned.